as applicable. There are 8 training areas for board member continuing education. Local district orientation, introduction to the Texas Education Code, school safety, evaluating and improving student outcomes, post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code, identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, and other maltreatment of children, team building, and continuing education. To the extent applicable to each board member, I will announce the completion or deficiency as to the required training. For members who still have time remaining to complete required training, I will announce those board members who have scheduled timely training and those who have not yet scheduled the training. At the conclusion of this announcement, I will announce any board members' training in excess of the continuing education requirements. First, local district orientation. As of April 14th, 2025, all Fort Bend ISD trustees have met the requirements. Second, introductions to Texas Education Code. As of April 14th, 2025, all Fort Bend ISD trustees have met the requirements except Adam Schoaf. Third, school safety. As of April 14th, 2025, all Fort Bend ISD trustees have met the requirements except Adam Schoaf and David Hamilton. Fourth, evaluating and improving student outcomes. As of April 14th, 2025, all Fort Bend ISD trustees have met the requirements except David Hamilton. Fifth, post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code. As of April 14th, 2025, all Fort Bend ISD trustees have met the requirements. Sixth, child abuse prevention. As of April 14th, 2025, all Fort Bend ISDs have met the requirements except Adam Schoaf. Seventh, team building. As of April 14th, 2025, all Fort Bend ISD trustees have met the requirements. 8, continuing education. As of April 14th, 2025, all Fort Bend ISD trustees have met the requirements. And last, as of April 14th, 2025, the following Fort Bend ISD trustees have exceeded the training requirements: Kristen Tossan, Angie Hannon, Rick Garcia, Shirley Rose Gilliam, and Sonia Jones. This concludes my report. Next, the President's update. I am happy to announce that Fort Bend ISD has been chosen by the Texas Association of School Boards to present at the Summer Leadership Institute this summer, June 2025, at the San Antonio session. The 3 topics upon which we were chosen, so we were chosen for 3. The board president and superintendent relationship, which Dr. Smith and I will present. Student achievement, which Trustee Jones, Dr. Smith, and myself will present. And then continuous improvement through internal audit, which will include our internal audit committee members, which are myself, Mr. Garcia, and Ms. Hannon, along with Dr. Smith and our internal auditor, Gibson Consulting. And that concludes the President's update. Next up is public comment. This evening, we have 44 community members signed up to speak. Because of the excessive numbers, we are going to limit comment to 1 minute. I'm sorry to have to do that. My list. I will read the name of the person registered to speak, and then I'll read the name of the next person who will follow that person so that you guys can get ready to come on up. As I said, you will have 1 minute. Mr. Hamilton will keep time, and he will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Your time will not start until you begin to speak. First up is Danielle Dancer, and following will be Gabriel Whitfield.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Danny Dancer. I'm a Fort Bend ISD parent, and I'm here to speak in strong opposition to the proposed parental rights and responsibilities policy. I had 3 minutes worth of remarks prepared, but I'm just going to focus in on this idea that it's somehow about parental rights. Let me be clear, this does not respect parental rights. It prohibits the required use of personal names and pronouns, even with a parent's full and written support. If I, as a parent, tell you who my child is and you refuse to acknowledge them, you're not respecting my rights, you're undermining them. And also, what this policy will do is it will absolutely limit compassion, turn educators into enforcers, silence critical conversations, and endanger trans and non-binary students, non-gender conforming students. This policy is not about education, safety, or even parental rights. It is about imposing a singular worldview on every student, every family, every teacher, regardless of individual needs. And before you vote, I want to...
Next up is Gabrielle Whitfield, and then next will be Cheryl Buford.
Hello, thank you. My name is Gabrielle Whitfield, and I'm speaking on naming of the middle school, number 16, Fort Bend County. And I prepared something longer, so I'm going to try to cut this short. But what I wanted to speak on is Noel Pinnock being named for this school. He was a true pillar in the community, throughout the community. He was an advocate for education. He dedicated his career in educating and mentoring youth in Missouri City and surrounding areas.
30 seconds.
He was a servant leader who lived his purpose every single day. No task was too big for him when it came to his community, the people around him, his state, his city. And I can't think of a single person that would be more deserving of this, who actually lived in this community, was mentor to a lot of our children, including mine and many others in Fort Bend. And I think that this would be an honor to dedicate this middle school to his commitment and selfless contributions.
Time.
Thank you. Next is Cheryl Buford, and following will be Serena Arzu.
Good evening. I am speaking tonight in support of the parental rights and responsibility policy. This policy offers a compassionate and common sense approach that will maintain a welcoming school climate with guardrails to promote safety, opportunity, and well-being for all of our students. As the name implies, it ensures that parents' rights are protected and that they are fully aware of what is going on in their schools.
30 seconds.
We must learn from the experiences of other districts. Loudoun County Public Schools in Virginia allows students to use restrooms corresponding with their gender identity, and a 15-year-old trans girl sexually assaulted 2 biological girls. When Loudoun County kept the incident secret, that's when the second girl was assaulted. While not the norm.
Thank you. Next is Serena Arzu, and then will be Josh Jenkins.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Serena Arzu, she, they pronouns, and I'm here on behalf of Equality Texas, the state's largest LGBTQ+ advocacy organization. I am speaking to you all and expressing my deep concern about the proposed parental rights policy. If passed, this policy will harm LGBTQ+ students by allowing staff to misgender students and ignore their identities. Schools should be a safe space for every student, especially in a diverse district like Fort Bend ISD. Instead of alienating trans youth, we should be supporting them. These students just want to exist peacefully and learn without fear of being singled out. This policy also opens the door to forcibly out students to unsupportive families, putting them at risk of mental health crises, unsafe home environments, and even homelessness. right? Trans youth already face high rates of bullying, violence, and suicide. Policies like this only make things worse. I urge you to vote no and choose inclusion.
Thank you. Next is Josh Jenkins, and then will be Darcy Pett.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Jenkins, and I'm a happily married gay man of 2 with 1 child who attends the school in this district. My greatest supporter, my mother, passed away 2 months ago, and she always told me, speak your truth. So this one's for you, Mom. Here's what I know to be true. My family dynamic makes people uncomfortable, and I would be naive to think otherwise. But I'm not here to address the board. The decisions, this one and many others, were made long before these meetings. They had the votes, they have the support. I'm not here to talk about bathrooms, sports, or so-called parental rights. So-called experts will speak on that. I'm here for the community, for the families, and the most important, the kids. As someone who wrote 2 suicide letters in high school after being relentlessly bullied for being gay, I want to say this with my whole heart. I am terribly sorry. They can pass their policies, their hate, but they cannot silence you. You matter, you are seen, you are loved, and you belong here. There is so much love and acceptance outside of these walls, I promise. Hold on, find your space, surround yourself with people who lift you up. This moment does not define you. These policies do not define you. Fear and ignorance.
Thank you. Next is Darcy Pett, and then will be Glenn Hopkins.
My name is Darcy Pett. I'm an elementary school teacher in Fort Bend ISD, a former campus teacher of the year for 2023-2024, and I'm also the parent of a non-binary student in the district. I love my job. I care deeply about all students, all of them, and that's why I'm here today. And I have a few practical questions that I wanted to ask that are real issues that teachers and parents such as myself have to think about. As a mandated reporter under state law, teachers are trained to watch for signs of distress, self-harm, or bullying.
30 seconds.
If a student's gender identity is tied to those risks, but teachers are restricted from discussing gender, how can they fully support student mental health? What guidance will be provided for counselors who are trained to provide confidential support? Will teachers receive training on how to implement this policy and how to handle students' disclosures around identity in ways that are legally compliant but still trauma-informed? If someone is both a teacher and a parent of a trans or non-binary student, are they forbidden?
Thank you. Glenn Hopkins, and then Karina Anderson.
I'm here to say a few words about FA policy local. In short, I don't see any unsolved problem with this policy addresses. None at all. As far as what's taught in the school, that's TEKS and the curriculum for the district. As far as bathrooms, I think students know which bathrooms to use and which bathrooms not. As far as sports, I think you need flexibility to just say what person can compete in what sport. I think Mr. Hamilton's wife both played basketball in college. I don't know which one's better, a basketball player, but clearly male and female people can play sports. That needs to be decided on a per case basis. Teachers are human beings. Good teachers form bonds with their students. They care about them, and the students care about the teacher. Sometimes teachers create a safe space where students can feel like you speak about topics they cannot speak with their parents about. When a student asks a question about gender identity, the teacher needs to be free.
Thank you. Karina Anderson, and then Dr. Ivan Young.
Dear members of the Fort Bend ISD School Board, we, the 533 members of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Suburban Houston Fort Bend Alumni Chapter, are writing to urge you not to adopt the Bluebonnet learning curriculum for our schools. While efforts to enhance the instructional materials in Texas are commendable, this curriculum raises significant concerns about its impact on our community, inclusion, and Fort Bend ISD's mission. Lack of inclusion and individualization. The curriculum's rigid design and uniform lesson plans limit teachers' ability to adapt to individual student needs, undermining differentiation, a core principle of effective teaching. The blue-blinded curriculum also raises questions about teacher preparedness. Many of us value the role of faith in our personal lives. However, public school teachers, particularly from diverse religious backgrounds, are neither trained nor equipped to navigate such sensitive materials while ensuring constitutional boundaries are upheld. Expecting teachers to address this content without adequate preparation only adds to their burden, exacerbating burnout and potentially leading to more attrition.
Time.
The potential.
Thank you. Next, Dr. Ivan Young, and then will be Dustin Rhodes.
Good evening. I'm Dr. D. Ivan Young. It is with great pride and heartfelt conviction that I submit the name of Noel Pinnock for middle school number 16. His tireless commitment to justice and this community caused Noel to increase student graduations, to bridge gaps in communities where the gaps between police, law enforcement, and academics typically would fail some of these students that were marginalized. Noel cared, he made a difference, and he dedicated his life to the extent
30 seconds.
That the United States Congress, the White House, the state of Texas, and many elected officials on both sides of the aisle celebrated his legacy, and I urge you to name that school after Noel Pinnock. Thank you.
Next is Dustin Rhodes, and then Erica Ritchie.
Hello. I'm Dustin Rhodes, a sophomore at Hightower High School in Fort Bend ISD, and I'm here to inform you the consequences of the policies presented today. I'm here to tell you that if this board chooses to enact the hateful, discriminatory, and factually incorrect gender policies that have been proposed, you threaten the lives of my friends. If the precedent is set today that our schools are not safe for gender nonconforming students, then there will be blood on your hands. And none of you get to sit there and believe that I'm being hyperbolic or insincere. I'm the founder of a safe space for queer students at my school, and I have witnessed firsthand what happens when you declare my peers are invalid simply because of how they were born. If you decide today to mandate hatred in our schools, then you strip the struggling students of the little comfort they may find in the system. You destroy any safety they may be clinging to at home. If you pass these policies, you will spill the blood of my friends. Do not think that there is anything ambiguous about that. That is all.
Thank you. Next, Erica Ritchie, and then Landon Ritchie.
Good evening. My name is Erica Ritchie. My pronouns are she, her, and I am the proud parent of 3 children who have attended or are currently attending FBI ISD schools. I'm here to speak out against the gender policy you are considering to adopt into your bylaws. My oldest son realized his true identity while in middle school after he told me and his father he felt safe enough to confide in his teachers because they made him feel safe. If he didn't have those spaces to thrive, his time at FBI ISD could have looked very different. Not every student has a loving home where they can be themselves. Schools should be and can be that place. I would like to believe that you are not unfamiliar with the how unpopular these policies are with the general public. School districts surrounding Houston have either entertained the same discriminatory policies or enacted them to an overwhelmingly unsupportive population. Time and again, parents, students, teachers, allies have come out to speak out for themselves or those who cannot. Do you know how exhausting it is? We have been fighting for 10 years for trans rights.
Time.
Thank you. Landon Ritchie. And then Jared Burton.
My name is Landon Ritchie. I use he, him pronouns. I'm the policy coordinator for the Transgender Education Network of Texas. I'm also a product of FBISD, having been a student at Dulles from 4th grade until my graduation in 2020. I was supported at school, life-saving support that this policy would prohibit. This policy will ensure that trans and gender expansive students stifle themselves and will expose trans youth to the risk of being outed to unsupportive parents. It
will exacerbate the risk of suicide and self-harm that transgender expansive youth face because of discrimination, lack of support, and social stigma. It will make sure that transgender expansive youth are segregated, othered, and will place additional targets on the backs of already vulnerable students. When students feel secure at school, they are better able to learn and their educational needs are better met. Ensuring those conditions should be the primary concern of educators and administrators, not, as we are seeing by the proposal of these policies, using vulnerable students as political pawns. Queer, trans, and gender expansive youth are not asking for something outrageous. We're simply asking not to be bullied or harmed by the adults or the school boards and the school administrations with the power to make decisions about their lives. Trans and queer youth belong in school, they belong in Texas, and they deserve safety.
Thank you. Next is Jared Burton and then Scott Pett.
Hello, board. My name is Jared Burton, and I'm a student from Katy ISD, which pioneered the gender fluidity policy. I've lived under this policy for half of my high school career, and I will tell you shortly, I know many closeted students, and they don't hide being queer from their families for fun. If their parents ever found out, they could face abuse, be kicked out of home, or worse. Sometimes they simply fear that it could change their parents' love for them. And believe me, these fears are never unfounded. I'm president of my school's Gay Straight Alliance, and for the last week straight, one student was specifically targeting and tearing down our club posters every single day. During this, all I could think about was this student's home life. I raise you this question. The parents who raise their kids to think it's okay to target queer kids at school, where do you think they stand on this issue? Is that who you want behind this policy? And these are just posters. Imagine how this child feels about actual queer people. When the policy was passed in our district, queer students were harassed and called slurs. At one school, their Gay Straight Alliance could hardly find a teacher sponsor because their previous ones are harassed by students and parents until they gave up the club or left the school. It hurts students and teachers. Your students deserve better. Don't make the same mistake we did. Do better. Do not pass this policy.
Thank you. Next is Scott Pett and then Carolyn Hopkins.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Scott Pett. Other people are being more eloquent than me, so I'll just say I only mentioned that I'm a doctor, English PhD, because I teach writing at Rice, and there seems to be a lot of confusion about pronouns. I don't understand why. I'm happy to explain them and use my fancy degree. To do that, my spouse teaches first grade. She could also explain them to you, if that's what you need. I'm the dad of a non-binary student here in the district, but I'm also just worried about all the kids in the district. One day, all of our students are going to enter a world full of people who think and live differently from them. And are we preparing them to thrive in that world or to fear it? This is a solution in search of a problem. Our schools are not in crisis because a few kids go by a different name, but they could be if we drive out the educators who make those kids feel like they matter. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Hopkins and then Sarah Roberts.
Good evening. In reviewing the policy of this document, I felt like it was an attack on a small percentage of students in the LGBTQ community and limits the interaction between teachers and students. There is a provision in the policy for private bathrooms, so that solves the perceived problem of transgender students using the wrong bathroom. Allows students with discretion to use the private restrooms. Teachers go into their profession because they feel called. They want to watch their students learn and grow, and they want to go beyond the facts to understand
30 seconds.
Appreciate the diversity of the world around them. Students sometimes feel safe enough with a teacher to confide in them about something they are personally struggling with. It could be various issues. I believe that if the student feels safe enough to share, then we should allow the teacher to use her discretion in helping the student. She or he is not indoctrinating the student, she is listening. He or she will be able to be discreet. The teacher can seek guidance from the school counselor or principal, and there together they can explore with the student how to handle.
Thank you. Next is Sarah Roberts and then Dr. Elwyn Lee.
Here for the last 25 years, I wanted to say that no person, especially a child, should ever feel like they don't belong or they don't have the right to exist. The hate, misinformation, and fear-mongering tactics being posted on a daily basis among some members of our very own school board and their friends is not only unprofessional, but absolutely appalling.
30 seconds.
The rhetoric these rules are being promoted on and based on false information and hurt not only our youth, but the general public. Anti-trans policies are hurting children and creating further divide within our communities. I would ask that just for one moment, you have an open mind and get to know somebody in that community. Trans people existing does nothing to hurt you. Trans lives matter, just like everybody else. It's very important to protect these children, and I am a volunteer for a suicide prevention.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Elwyn Lee, and then Brandy Dowda.
I rise in support of the nomination of the name of Noel Pinnock for Middle School 16, FBISD. To know Noel was to be impressed and to be inspired. Students going to school that bears his name would similarly be inspired for 5 reasons. Quickly, he made the most of his educational, he'd be inspired to make the most of educational opportunities because he did. They would be inspired to have confidence that challenges in their life can be overcome because he overcame challenges.
30 seconds.
They would be inspired to find career, goal, and purpose in their life because he did. They would be inspired to give back to his communities because he did. And finally, they would be inspired to be a role model in their personal life because he was. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Brandy Dowda, and then Dr. Christine Gentry.
Thank you. All right. Good evening. My name is Brandy Dowda, and I am a teacher in Fort Bend ISD. Everything created by God is good, and nothing is to be rejected, provided it is received with thanksgiving. 1 Timothy 4:4. I am here to support my students, to support a teacher that I work with who has a trans student. This policy is harmful to our community. I have seen comments from board members saying that this is not a discriminatory policy, that we accept all and are welcoming of all in Fort Bend ISD, and I believe that to be true. But this policy is the opposite
30
of
seconds.
that. This policy endangers the lives of students. I wish I could say, as an experienced educator who grew up with loving parents, that every child has a home where if they came out or they were outed by someone else, the parents would support them and love them. That is not the case. Too many times I've had to make CPS calls. I do not want to have to be forced to out my students in an environment where they may not be safe.
Thank you. Next, Dr. Christine Gentry, and then Derek Dawson.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Christine Gentry, she, her pronouns. I'm a parent in this district. As a cultural anthropologist who specializes in sex, gender, and culture, I want to emphasize this. The gender binary is not biologically universal. It's a cultural model, not a biological fact. Many individuals, particularly those who are intersex or transgender, do not fit neatly into it. To pretend otherwise is not just inaccurate, it's dangerous. This policy, the FA Local Parental Rights Anti-Transgender, forces teachers to misgender students, bans honest conversations about gender identity, and requires outing children to their parents even when it's not safe. That is not protection. That is state-sponsored trauma. Why? To solve what problem? Parents are telling me their trans kids are doing well, respected by peers, supported by teachers, helped by counselors. Why are we doing this? Trans kids face higher rates of depression and suicide. Every major medical sector.
Thank you. Next is Derek Dawson, And then Omawale Allen will be next. Okay, Omawale Allen. And then will be Johnny Rhodes.
Tonight. I want to talk about trans, but I want to talk about trans in a different way, and that's transformational, catalyst, change agent. That's how we know Noah Pinnock. When President Obama was launching My Brother's Keeper, he needed somebody to understand the milestones from 0 to 6, getting kids ready to learn before they enter school, to dealing with college and career, and dealing with
30 seconds.
Kids who needed a second chance. They had to select somebody. And they looked at the field of candidates who had to get this operational in dozens of sites, maybe 10 schools in a flash. And the person that they chose was Noah Pinnock.
Time.
And so, board, I hope that you will give the highest consideration to a transformational agent, Noah Pinnock. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Johnny Rhodes and then Corey Stevenson.
I'm the parent of 3 Fort Bend ISD children, and I'm not fooled by the so-called parents' rights and responsibilities policy. Let's not pretend this board cares about parents' rights. We just watched you completely ignore the overwhelming voices of Fort Bend parents last month, parents who spoke unanimously against religious indoctrination via the Bluebonnet curriculum. But the board voted against freedom of religion for Fort Bend families. Now you're proposing a policy that will effectively greenlight teachers and staff to misgender, disrespect,
30 seconds.
and emotionally abuse transgender and gender nonconforming students, all under the false banner of rights and responsibilities. Let's call it what it is, district-sanctioned bullying. This policy is not about rights, it's about punishing children for existing. Please protect our most vulnerable children from bullying by other students, bullying by abusive parents, bullying by faculty and staff, and bullying by this Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Corey Stevenson and then Shell McClue.
Good evening, trustees. My name's Corey Stevenson. I have 2 kids in this district, and I chose this district for a reason. I bought my house here. I wanted my kids to have the experience of being in a culturally diverse, wonderful neighborhood. And that's why I chose here. There's going to be a lot of people who speak about the experience of trans kids, and I'm going to let experts talk about that experience. I'm just a parent of some kids, some awesome kids, and I want them to feel comfortable and safe.
30 seconds.
Do we want to be known as a district who is so caught up in the culture wars that our students don't come out prepared? Is instructional materials that are talking about gender fluidity going to be canceled because a biology teacher can't talk about asexuality in certain animals? An ELA classroom teacher cannot talk about Romeo and Juliet because during Shakespeare's time, women were not allowed on the stage and Romeo was played by a male?
Time.
Next is Shell McClue and then Sumita Ghosh.
Good evening. I'm Shell McClue. I have 8 kids here. I've been in a school district, very proud mom. But I'm here to stand in the gap for those who have been bullied, including one of my babies in particular. My child has been bullied from middle school, and And I'm going to read this so that I won't get too emotional. But my child has been bullied severely to the point to now that my baby has been diagnosed with an eating disorder, and I'm severely fighting for her life.
30 seconds.
She's on a 504 plan. The schools should know exactly what's going on with her. But I get a phone call from the transportation department one day after she had a panic attack on the school bus, complaining that my baby took too long to get on and off the bus because they had other stops to make. This should not be happening. And I'm speaking up for all the parents who are quiet and silent because we want our school district to work. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I'm going to keep...
Thank you. Next, Sumita Ghosh, and then Andy Marksamer.
I guess I haven't noted this before, but it's Dr. Sumita Ghosh. I have a PhD in biochemistry from Rice, and I postdoced at UCSF. I'm also I was vice president at Scott and White Healthcare in the Office of General Counsel. So I do know a little bit about the biology and the hard science behind this policy, and it's using a technical term, it's bullshit. It's not valid. The definitions themselves of biological sex are completely wrong. It has absolutely zero consideration for the biological basis for intersex and all that. I can think of nothing more vile and small and pathetic than terrorizing the smallest, most vulnerable community of people who want nothing from you except the right to exist. And that's in the words of the philosopher Pedro Pascal. I'm here on questioning why the focus is on the genitalia of children. Teachers don't need the burden of examining what kids are. And I ask that you delay the vote on the FA.
Thank you. Next is Andy Marksamer, and then Andrews Hernandez.
Okay, my name is Andy Marksamer. I'm a parent of a middle schooler here in Fort Bend ISD. It's interesting about this Parent Rights Act policy. You say it's about parental rights, except if the parent approves the name and the gender change, the school has no obligation to use it. Teachers and administration can continuously call students anything they want, regardless of the parent's rights. So that's not a Parents' Rights Act at all. I want to talk about bathrooms because nobody's really talked about it, and about trans people because I have a very close family member who's trans who pretty much can't visit me in Texas anymore because this state doesn't really be very friendly to them. Okay, trans people are routinely subjected to harassment and assault in bathrooms. 68% of trans people are verbally harassed, and 9% have been physically assaulted in a public restroom in the last 12 months. Sadly, 8% of trans people have faced kidney infections and urinary tract infections. Trans people are normal people. They have normal jobs. They pay taxes. They have families. They are normal people. They have spouses.
Time.
Next, Andrews Hernandez, and then Tegan Morgan.
Good evening. My name is Andrews Hernandez, and I am a current junior at Travis High School. I'm speaking to oppose the parental rights and responsibility policy. This policy will make our schools that I attend, as well as my peers, incredibly unsafe. If this policy were to be passed, not only will the mental health crises in our youth rise, but the homelessness and suicide rates as well. To be frank, I'm incredibly scared, not only for my peers, but for myself, as I am a gay man myself. My mom waiting in the car for me has no idea
30 seconds
of this meeting I'm attending. If this policy were to be passed, I would be kicked out of my house, and I'm sorry, I'd be kicked out of my house and be homeless myself. So I beg you, please, have compassion in your hearts when you are voting on this policy. Thank you.
Next is Tegan Morgan, and then Berta Needham.
Good morning. I am a sophomore at Travis High School. My name is Tegan Morgan. And first, I'd like to thank you for giving an opportunity for us to speak on these issues. I think this is a great demonstration of the freedoms that this country claims to stand for. But this policy will erase those freedoms for people who are already a marginalized group in this community. School is the place where we should be discussing these issues. Tons of kids are learning their way through the world and trying to figure out who they are, who other people are, and how to live in a world with people other than just their family and diverse
30
people.
seconds.
And that's a beautiful thing about this district. And this policy will remove our ability to discuss these topics. In addition, it stands on a false precedent with science. Our district values its academics, and in doing so, we're putting our students behind in the science aspect. As other people have said, this has no actual standing. There are 136 million intersex people who are unaccounted for in this policy in the world. And unfortunately, not all kids are fortunate enough to have parents who unconditionally love them.
Thank you. Next is Berta Needham, and then Eric Diekman.
Hi, my name is Berta Needham. I'm a parent of 2 middle school students and an elementary student. I'm also a nurse, a wife, and a former foster parent. I've spent my adult life and career serving the underserved, and I'm here tonight to let you know that I am totally against the proposed parental rights policy. Students who are not seen or heard as their whole authentic person will grow up to adults who do not feel seen or heard or respected. This policy is teaching our kids that they don't need to respect or be kind to anyone if they don't agree how they're living their lives. We all deserve and need to be seen as ourselves and treated with dignity and respect
30 seconds.
regardless. Teachers are there because they love teaching and they love their students. This district claims to have the best interests of students in mind. I'm just going to skip to the end. At the end of the day, it's our responsibility as parents to keep the lines of communication open with our kids. If this isn't an option, then it's often the teachers who fill in the gaps.
Time.
Thank you. Next is Eric Diekman, and then Con Ho.
No need for a 30-second warning. Thank you. All students rely on the leadership at their school for support as they endure the harrowing experiences of adolescence. Trans and non-binary students rely on these people as well. But the policies Fort Bend ISD is looking to set in place will not provide this solace. These policies will only serve to alienate these students even further. These policies will serve to bully them and make their lives even more unbearable. Trans and non-binary students should be allowed to have their officially documented gender reflect the gender with which they identify. It is crucial. These students should not be forcibly outed to their families. Coming out must be their decision only. Trans rights are not special treatment. Trans rights are human rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Con Ho, and then Joanne Gonzalez.
Hello, my name is Con Ho. I am a community member and a former educator and a former sponsor for an LGBT organization in Austin ISD. I'm going to keep this as short and sweet as possible, but as the parental rights policy is written as it is, it delineates, defines, and targets a minority population and how to police them. And if we allow policies like this to exist and pass in our education, it allows a slippery slope.
30 seconds.
Allows a slippery slope for future minorities to be targeted based on ideology that is not based in fact or statistic. What we are looking at in the future is, and how it's passed in Katy ISD and Sci-Fair ISD, is preemptive measures to match policies that Governor Abbott is proposing and expected to pass. And it is just to prevent public funding to be diminished.
Thank you. Next is Joanne Gonzalez, and then Jen Shermer.
Hi, I'm Dr. Joanne Gonzalez. I don't know how we got here with this policy. So many issues with it. Parents, we need to talk to our kids. This policy is unfair to all students, and it does not address a student that is intersex. It's not appropriate or ethical to try to figure out if someone is, or
30 seconds.
as some traits may be subtle. It's important to respect that student's privacy, as it's deeply personal. You shouldn't make any assumptions about a student's biology or identity, because some are uncomfortable sharing that. We are not in their shoes, and I can't imagine being in their shoes and feeling discriminated against, because this policy is singling them out. Someone at the last board meeting...
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, thank you. Next is Jen Shermer and then Michelle Bowie.
Hi, my name is Jen Shermer, she, her pronouns. As a Texan and a parent of 2 girls, the policy on student welfare, parental authority, and gender fluidity matters is a harmful policy for all of your students. The proposed policy is harmful to every child, but also completely erases the fact that some of your students may be intersex or gender expansive. Just by using a child's chosen pronouns and letting them explore the gender spectrum, you could save them from depression and suicide ideation, according to the American Pediatric Association. Just a quick search shows dozens of research papers that explain that gender fluidity is real and not new. I asked my girls, one in elementary and one in middle school, how they felt about having a transgender person in the bathroom or locker room with them. And they told me that if a person feels they are a girl, they should use that room because that's who they are. They would feel awkward.
Thank you. Next is Michelle Bowie and then Pastor Carlos Jones.
Hello. Don't start clocking me yet, please. I am here to talk about a great man who was a public servant to this community, whom cast his net to many. I met Mr. Noel Pennock through our boys playing basketball in the middle school. How befitting for the occasion. From the beginning, I was amazed at how he interacted with the children and the parents. He was a man of scruples and strong in his faith. He fed others with daily scriptures.
30 seconds.
I think you did that too quickly. I'm old. I need a little bit more time. I can't read properly. Okay, work with me, please. Okay. Through social media and in person. He often watered others, even in his own drought. He was a devout husband and loving father. Although he was busy leading the community, he always...
Time.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Pastor Carlos Jones. You can give your paper to the sergeant next to you, and he'll bring it to us. And then will be Elwyn Lee. Oh. Then will be Monica Riley.
Good evening. I am Pastor Carlos Jones, the president of the Fort Bend Pastors Association, and we are for the parent rights and responsibilities. Since when did our schools turn into a battleground and breeding ground for issues of sexism? Why are our children being the target of an over-sexualized agenda? Who would have thought that a 2-minute experience to the restroom would then make its way to the Fort Bend ISD boardroom as a symbolizing moment of identity? Today, we embark upon a crucial moment in our education system, where the voices of parents, the rights of children, and the principles of our community must unite. We gather not as individuals, but as a collective force committed to the welfare of our youth. We must be clear, the foundation of our educational institutions rests on the bedrock of biological truth. This policy is about safeguarding our children, ensuring that all students, regardless of their background, have access to space that respect their dignity and privacy, affirm identity, and protect our children. Moreover, we must address the issue of gender fluidity in our classrooms.
Thank you. Next is Monica Riley, and then will be Aaron Ritchie.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Smith. Madam President, I have 2 agenda items that I'll be addressing with my 1-minute time. My name is Monica Riley, and I am here to request the Middle School 16 be named Noel Pinnock. As many of you know, I am not a nostalgic person, but I'm a purpose-driven person. For 27 years, I've advocated in Fort Bend ISD, as always, been tied to purpose. My request to have Middle School 16 named Noel Pinnock is because of his purpose, his strong commitment to public education, youth mentorship, training up children, and even some adults in the way that they should go for the betterment of the future. Please accept this nomination and name Middle School 16 for Noel Pinnock. My second item is to express my full support for the parents' rights policy as written, as recommended by the staff. Fort Bend ISD has always been accommodating and inclusive to all students, regardless of their social, emotional, physical, educational, mental, or sexual orientation. As the board members decide to do their if the board members have decided to do their due diligence and understand that the parents have rights to and vote in favor of this.
Thank you. Next is Aaron Ritchie, and then Ryan Freund.
Good evening, board members. My name is Aaron. I'm a father of 3. All 3 of my kids have attended or graduated from a FB ISD campus. One of my kids transitioned in middle school 10 years ago through the support of the administration, students, teachers. This was a very smooth transition, and because of the support that my kid received at the campuses they attended, they were able to go from dreading going to school to looking forward to school and participating in school activities.
30 seconds.
The supportive policies were instrumental for my kid to have what all kids should have, going to school feeling safe and respected so that they can focus on learning and growing. Trans students are being bullied by the most powerful people in the country and state. This bullying has now made it to our community. I'm asking a few of you to stand up and say no to bullying and vote no against this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ryan Freund, and then Afshi Charania.
Hello, I'm Ryan. When I was a kid, I didn't have the words for how I felt, but I knew who I was. I quickly learned that I wasn't the same as some of my peers, and a lot of those differences were looked at negatively. I hid my feelings away as much as I could, but by the time I was in 7th grade, I was self-harming to cope with depression. Halfway through my junior year, I was at my worst. My depression and self-harm was bringing me to a point of no return. I had no plans to live to graduation. I had to live authentically, and I asked those around me to call me Ryan. Once senior year started, I was self-harm free for over 7 months. I finally had plans to continue living, graduate, and transition. The blessing that made that possible was the simple act of those around me calling me by my chosen name. My heart breaks knowing that with this new rule, there will be kids who won't have that chance themselves. I am privileged to have parents who recognize transitioning saved my life. All children deserve the right to live authentically. I was a trans kid, and I survived due to being able to live authentically. These policies attempt to erase trans people, but we are not.
Thank you. Next, Afshi Charania, and then Courtney Cobble. She not here? Okay. Courtney Cobble, and then Kara Masharani.
Hello, I'm the parent of 3 students in Fort Bend ISD. My children are not LGBTQT, but I am a strong believer in the constitutional right to free speech, including a person's right to describe themselves. Freedom of expression, once a celebrated American value, would be inhibited by this policy, and I am appalled it is being considered. It is not about bathrooms. It is not about parents' rights. This policy is nothing more than a form of bullying by adults against students who do not share their political beliefs. It is about stomping down on individuals' rights, targeting those who are most vulnerable, in this case, children in our school district, simply because you can. It is not a teacher's right or business to out a student. A teacher's job is education, and the school's job is to provide a safe place for that education to take place. If a student hasn't told their parent they want to be called a different pronoun or name, but they feel loved enough by a teacher to entrust them with that, maybe there's a reason they haven't told their parents. And are students going to be aware of this policy? Are they going to entrust a beloved teacher with this private information, only to have that teacher turn around and have to tattle on them?
Thank you. Next is Kara Masharani, and then next up will be Naina Ahuja.
We are opposed to the adoption of this new gender policy, so-called parental rights policy. These rules promote hatred and bigotry. All children have the right to the same opportunities to learn and to participate in school life, no matter what their gender, gender identity or expression, their race or nationality. Hundreds of school districts around the country have policies that ban discrimination based on gender identity or expression or sexual orientation. I've been proud to send our kids to Fort Bend ISD schools. We chose to live in this community because of the school district. It's embarrassing to me that we're sliding backwards into the dark ages instead of moving forward to a brighter future. Please do not adopt this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Naina Ahuja, and then will be Annette Morgan.
I'm Naina Ahuja, and I'm a high schooler from Fort Bend. Within the Parents' Rights and Responsibilities policy, the board believes, quote, a parent's role in guiding the beliefs and protecting the health and well-being of their children is paramount. It's insanely ironic the policy advocates for protecting the health of children when it does the exact opposite. Proponents of the policy may cite the suicide rates among trans students as a reason for parents to get involved, but it's important to investigate why these suicides occur in the first place. It's because of the persecution and prejudice they face, which this policy champions. Not teaching about gender fluidity or not introducing students to the idea doesn't make it go away. This is the equivalent of telling your students their identity isn't normal. In 2024, NPR found these anti-trans laws caused suicide rates to increase by over 72%. It's hypocritical to pretend to care about students' mental health when the leading cause of depression is their identity being limited to the spaces of consent. Where does the district's concern for student health go when parents and educators begin to deny their children their identity? This is a matter of life and death.
Thank you. Next is Annette Morgan, and then finally will be Jennifer McClurkin.
Hi. Fort Bend ISD has as its core belief, we believe in student success is best achieved through an effective teachers and inspired learning in a supportive climate and a safe environment. That is your commitment, and this policy does not follow through on that commitment. I am a parent of a student in Fort Bend ISD, And incidentally, every time I refer to my child, I refer to them as my kid. And every time Fort Bend ISD returns with, oh, he should do that. My child is born female and has been forced into male bathrooms because their hair was short. So if Fort Bend ISD thinks that they know the right gender and the right bathroom, they do not. They use the wrong pronouns because they don't care or they don't listen. So I am here to say, please reconsider this policy. Listen to all the voices of who spoke more eloquently than I have and bring them in and form a policy that creates a supportive environment that allows transgender people to reflect who they are.
Finally is Jennifer McClurkin.
Hi. I just want to say that I'm a straight parent with straight kids in Fort Bend ISD, and I'm a volunteer, and I volunteer for all kids. This policy's philosophy states, quote, "The board believes in a campus culture that embraces care, respect, and safety. The denial of support or mental health counseling related to different gender identities is not caring. The lack of acknowledgement of different gender identities is not respectful. The obvious outreach of your own personal religious beliefs is not safe. Why is a student's personal choice that causes no harm to anyone's else's business but their own? Where is your empathy for others who differ from you? The majority of our global society already sees and accepts the full spectrum of gender identities. So in closing, I would encourage every board member to vote against approving the changes in this policy.
Time.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll be back to start with information items. The time is 7:21, and we stand in recess. The time is 7:28 p.m. and we are back in session. Next up are information items. First is the health plan, legislative, and budget updates. Can I ask everyone to please be seated? Thank you. Dr. Smith.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. This evening, you will be hearing from the following. You'll be hearing from Gallagher, who is our benefits consultant. We have 2 team members that work closely with our benefits department and with our finance team, and they're going to be joining our staff in presenting some updates on benefits, along with legislative updates. And then we will also provide some general budget updates for the board. And so I will turn it over to Ms. Kathleen Brown to get us started.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Smith. As you've heard Dr. Smith say, we're delighted this evening to have our Director of Employee Benefits and Wellness, Mrs. LaShonda Walls, who will be giving you an overview of our health plan, and she will specifically be focusing on our plan statistics, our health plan cost, and then the contributing factors to those costs. You'll also have an opportunity to hear from Mr. Eco. He's our consultant from Gallagher, and he'll be talking to us this evening about our plan changes, the changes that we've seen from 2023 up until this point, and why those changes were recommended and then implemented here in the district. After that, he will also spend a little bit of time talking about the financial piece. It's important for us to note that when he is speaking and when Mrs. Walls is speaking, they are speaking from the plan year. Our plan year here in Fort Bend ISD runs through from January 1st through December 31st. Mr. Gwynn will then follow Mr. Eco and speak to us as it relates to our fiscal year and what that looks like, and how we offset those costs in the district internally with our fiscal year starting July 1 through June 30th. After that, Ms. Walsh will come back up and she'll discuss with us what our current plan offerings look like, and also our employer contributions. We'll be looking at those contributions as they compare to our neighboring districts. And then following that, we'll close out with some solutions and next steps. We all know where we sit currently, and we want to talk to you a little bit about what our plans are moving forward. Following that portion of the presentation, Mr. Gwynn will close us out with providing some legislative updates and budget updates. So at this time, without further ado, I'll turn it over to Ms. Walls. I do want to bring your attention to a document that was passed out to you. There's a one-pager that highlights and gives an overview, yes ma'am, of the information that Ms. Walls will be sharing with you. And then you also have 2 slides, and those 2 slides will be referenced by Mr. Eco during his part of the presentation. Thank you. Ms. Walls.
So Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustees.
Yeah, speaking to the mic.
Thank you. Fort Bend ISD Board of Trustees, executive team, Superintendent Dr. Smith, Madam President Tassin, and other board meeting members that are here. Good evening. I am LaShonda Walls, the Director of Employee Benefits and Wellness, and this evening I will spend time with you providing an overview of the Employee Benefits Program, specifically focusing on the plan performance of the last several years, and also looking at what our priorities are going into 2026-2027. So if you look at this slide, we want to look at what the current landscape is of our employee benefits program. We currently offer 3 medical plans to our employees, those being the Surest, Kelsey Charter, and the Choice HSA plan. With us having over 10,000 benefit-eligible employees, we have close to 7,000 that are actually enrolled in our employee benefits program. And so it's really important for us to look at the graph to the right, because what it does is it provides us with an overview of the plan costs for each of these plans that we offer employees. Looking at it from a per employee per month standpoint, what you'll see is that the Surest plan is costing the district $1,153 on a per employee basis. The Kelsey Charter plan is costing $696 per employee per month,
and the Choice HSA plan is costing $722 per employee per month. And so a good way to look at these numbers is, what is the district contributing to the overall plan cost? So we know what the plan cost is for the plan, but what is the district contribution? So if you look at that $6,840 number, that is how much the district contributes to our health plan on an employee basis per plan year. If we want to look at it from a monthly basis, we'll break that number down into $570, and that's the district contribution per employee per month. And so it's important to focus on that number, because when we talk about the overall deficit, which we'll get a little bit more into later in the presentation, the district contribution and the employee contributions in terms of what they pay in premiums play a factor into our overall deficit. So we can't talk about the overall health plan cost without talking about the key health plan cost drivers. And so when we talk about health plan cost drivers, there are a number of variables that we're looking at. Those variables include plan design. Are we offering the right mix of programs to our employees when looking at co-pays, deductibles, co-insurances? Another is consumer behavior. Are employees choosing those providers that have the highest quality and are most effective in terms of cost? Inappropriate utilization is another factor that plays into this. Are employees choosing to go to the emergency room in those situations where they could be going to an urgent care? And last but certainly not least, the administrative cost. Is the district getting a return on their investment based on the employee programs that we are providing, such as our Surgery Plus program? So those are just some of the variables that play a part when looking at our overall health plan cost. But when we look at this from a 2024 benefit plan perspective, there are three factors that are attributed to our overall plan cost. And those are the medical inflation, pharmacy claims, and high-cost claimants. When we look at medical inflation, specifically that 14.9%, a huge factor that contributed to that is our inpatient hospital stays. We typically average about $29,000 per hospital stay, but in 2024, that number increased to $33,000 per hospital admission stay. And so that accounted for over $3.5 million in our overall plan cost. When we look at the pharmacy claims, we had two huge factors that played a part. One was the Surest Plan prescription drug benefit. And so that plan used to be a coinsurance type benefit, but when we implemented it, we switched to a copay benefit. So what that meant was the district itself incurred additional costs by going from a coinsurance to a copay type benefit. And so we did see increased plan costs associated with that plan. But one of the largest factors goes back to the recent FDA approval of the GLP-1s. And so those medications that treat diabetes that have also been approved for weight loss management contributed over $5 million to our overall health plan cost. Two of the highest cost medications that we have that were dispensed last year in 2024 is the Mounjaro and the Ozempic. So those two prescription drugs, in addition to some of the other things that have been managed on our prescription drug benefit, accounted for over $5 million in spend. And then last but not least, the high-cost claimants. And so when we talk about high-cost claimants, I'm referring to claims that exceed $245,000. And so when we talk about high-cost claimants, we're talking about individuals that are getting treatment to treat chronic conditions, things such as cardiovascular disease, cancer, and premature births, which are three of the top diagnoses that we see within our plan. And so when we look at the average of what we typically see in terms of high-cost claimants and how much the percentage that they play into our overall plan cost, we usually average about 20%, but in 2024, that average increased to almost 30%, which is the 29.3% you see there. And so again, we have millions of dollars that were included in our health plan costs in 2024 because of the increase in high-cost claims, because of the increase in utilization of some of those high-cost specialty medications, and then last but not least, in terms of our medical inflation. So this slide provides an overview of how the plan has performed over the past several years. And so I'm going to ask our benefit consultant, Derek Eco, to come up and speak to how the plan has projected over the past several years, And then once he goes into that information, he will turn it over to Mr. Gwynn, who will also spend time talking about what the district has done in response to the projections.
Thank you, LaShonda. Board, it is truly an honor to be here to speak to you today, and I get to speak to you about something that is incredibly important to your staff. Every single day, people are going to have to interact with these benefits that are on it. And when we're talking about the health of our employees, that is of paramount importance. And we do not take that lightly. Our jobs are not taken lightly every single day. I work with districts across Houston, and every single day I have to wake up and think, how are we managing and working with our districts to help keep our plans alive and continue to keep them held so that our employees can be taken care of? So understand that this is a huge importance. And we put it off sometimes and we don't think about it. And I get that because that's how we treat health insurance. Most of the time we buy it and we say, hey, I don't want to ever look at it again, right? But the moment that you need it is the moment that we need to make sure that it works. And so that's what we're here to talk about today, is that we have been working hand in hand with your team to understand how your plan is running and how can we get it to run more effectively. As your benefit consultant, my job is to look at the data, to understand the data, understand the trends, and then to try to make inferences of those trends to get ahead of it. How do we stop the growing inflation of cost? And that cost is growing. Currently, medical and RX costs are soaring above average inflation, well above it. And you know that. You all are seeing the price of eggs go up now. Just imagine the price of going in to see your doctor, the price to go into a facility where they have to pay nurses more and more now, right? We've seen the inflation of those costs. We know that they are coming, and we have to deal with that. So over the course of the last 3 years, we've been making specific plan changes to help us deal with that. And understand there are a few methods to deal with the growing costs of deficit. One, and first and foremost, is to be able to increase your budget. Now, just like you all, with all other districts, right, we have a hard time increasing that budget. We understand the problems that are existing right now. Our budgets don't just grow, right? Our head count's not just growing. Is our average attendance growing, right? Those are difficult conversations. So increasing our budget becomes difficult. The next step in being able to deal with is, how much does the plan cost? What does the plan provide, and what does that do? Where can we shift the cost? And so we change plan designs. That includes changing a deductible or a copay. So when somebody goes at the point of sale and purchases and goes to see a doctor, that may rise, that may cost more. And then lastly is the employee premiums. How much dollars come out of their paycheck every single time to pay for this? All of those grow together to help us manage our budget. And that's what we've been trying to work towards. In 2023, we had 5 plans: a choice PPO, a Nexus ACO, and a choice HRA, as well as what you know today as the Kelsey Charter and the High Deductible Health Plan. Those 5 plans, when we looked at a retrospective analysis on how they were running, the 3 worst performing plans were the choice PPO, the Nexus ACO, and a choice HRA. Those are a lot of words to say they didn't run well. And there was a lot of reasons for it, whether it was a growing cost to the network, open access to really expensive facilities, or just potentially that's where the sick people went. But regardless, we outlined that those plans needed to be dealt with. Okay, we moved in with a really large deficit in 2023. We showed $8 million, and in a minute, we're going to do a retrospective analysis of our deficit year over year to say, hey, this is how we projected. This is where the deficit ended, and these are the things that we did to combat that. In 2023, after we saw the looming and growing deficit and working with your team, we made the difficult choice of disbanding 3 of those plans, and instead incentivizing the Kelsey and the High Deductible Health Plan, and then adding in the Surest plan. Surest was a brand new plan to the market. And let me be very clear. This is the largest and most aggressive swing that any district in the area has done with their benefits. All right? It was a new program, and it was what, in our estimation, the right move at the right time. Now, Surest was projected at that point to help us clear the deficit. We worked with United Healthcare to build a decrement, assuming through their request for proposal, because they were out to market in 2023 as well for the 2024 plan year, and they provided information to help us understand what could the impact of Surest be. We placed that into the plans, and we moved to the surest plan as of 2024. Offset that, in 2024, we also had our worst year performing as a district ever. We had inflation of about 13%. Your overall cost grew at 13%. Average trend at that moment was about 7 to 9% if you're factoring in medical and pharmacy. So we added a new plan, at the same point had the worst year that we've ever had from a health claims perspective. LaShonda just shared with you the reasons why. We had an increased inflation of inpatient and outpatient claims. We had an increased influx of diabetic medications. Mounjaro became the preferred prescription over smaller and cheaper medicines that could manage diabetes but not as effectively. All right, we saw an increase in high-cost claims. And so we moved into 2024 plan year with a thought that Surest was going to save us. Now, while it did help us save what we estimate is about 5%, it did not solve the deficit. And that was the intention and the understanding. It didn't do that. So in 2025, we made even greater plan design changes. We changed our copay model on Surest plan to a coinsurance model for the pharmacy prescriptions. That was number one, to help us bring down the cost of pharmacy for the organization. We made changes to the Kelsey Charter and the Choice HRA. We had to make some really, really significant decisions. Meanwhile, we're still dealing with a growth of trend, a trend that we can't just stop. It will not stop, and it will keep coming. Now, additionally, in the hand packets, you're going to see a couple of different slides that we did provide. The reason that we wanted to do is give it context. Because like I said before, one of the hardest things for us to do as a district, and for any district to do, is to increase their budget, right? Where does the money come from? And we understand that there are so many other factors that go into it. In your handouts, we showed over the course of the years from 2020 to 2024, you'll see the FBISD budget has remained steady. Now, we have had general fund pulls and other items to help us deal with it, but we've never put it on the docket, right? We've never put it in to say we need to increase our budget. And you're just like so many of your other peer districts. It has happened over and over again. It is difficult to increase our budget. But every year we have a trend that grows and grows and compounds year over year. And without a change to the budget, the only things that we can do are increase our employee premiums and change our plan designs. At some point or another, the plan designs hit a maximum. They become a place where they are no longer competitive. You're no longer competitive to the neighbors to the south or to the north, right? So do we lose teachers? Do we lose people because of benefits? We don't want that. So then we tap out on our plan design changes. Well, then the next point is, well, then we have to increase employee premiums. We are incredibly, and I say we, I feel like I'm a part of the organization, all right? And you can laugh at me all you want, but I've been with the district for 3 years. We've been connected to the district for years, and I take this personally. FBISD continues to be ahead of the game with regards to our contributions, well ahead from a district perspective on a employee only, but really where we pace everybody is our contributions for family members. Whether it's having your spouse on the plan, your children on the plan, or your whole family, we continue to outpace our neighbors in that regard. That becomes a problem when we're trying to compete against them. And their plans may stay the same, but their costs have grown. So we have to continue to look at that, unfortunately, and say, do those costs have to increase? On this packet, you'll also see the net cost per enrolled. And as you can see, year over year, our costs have increased. The one time that we did see it in 2022 to 23, we actually did have a decrease in costs. We ran most effectively in 2023 out of the last 5 years. Now, we don't call that an anomaly. We call that good luck. We also call that good plan stewardship. Your plan continues to work effectively versus national trend. You all are well under national trend. If we did nothing, we didn't run it effectively, you all would be soaring past it, but you do run effectively versus national trend. Now, if you can see at the right, you can see how our budget has been. In 2020, we ended the year with a surplus of about $7.75 million. Now, I'm going to be fair, that was a lot of people from that was a lot of district and organizations across, because many people did not go to the hospital during 2020, did not utilize their benefits in 2020 because it was COVID. They were less likely to go in and have these things. We saw a surge in those claims after COVID years, and that was in all plans, not just you, across districts, across Texas, and across the nation. And it's not just districts, it's private institutions too. Once we moved from that deficit, we moved into an $8.6 million deficit the next year. We managed that a little bit once we had a good year to $6.12 million. And then in 2024, we ended at $14.4 million. If you go to the next page, we give you a little bit of understanding in our methodology, all right? We're looking at analysis from 2020 moving into 2026. And there's a reason that we're looking at this, is because we want to be aware of what our deficit is and that we're going to have to make big changes. We're going to have to do something to deal with it. So on the left-hand side, you'll see the gross budget. That includes your $570 per month per enrolled employee and what the employees pay to it. We call that the gross budget. That's where everything comes into it. And as you can see right there, we started at $77.7 million in 2020. We showed the budget similar to the last page. Now, projection comes from Gallagher. All right, this is our methodology. We utilize actuarial science to understand how you are going to run. All right, we utilize a 24-month period of claims, giving the heaviest weighting to the most 12 months, saying, hey, what happened in the last 12 months is probably the most indicative of what's going to happen in the future. We take that and we apply trend because that is happening. We know that inflation is going to happen, and so we add those things together. Our job is to try to predict how we are going to end the end of the next year. We project out in around May of every year for the following year. So we're projecting out almost 18 months of data to try to guess and get to where we think you are going to run. And then we come to an actual. An actual is how your plan ran. After we remove out rebates, all of the reimbursements, everything like that we get, what did our plan actually end? And the reason that we're going through this is because, as you can see, our gross budget has dropped. We continue to drop in our budget, but our surplus continues to grow. Our projections on the right-hand side, we're trying to mirror what we are doing versus what we're doing from an actual basis. I want to call your attention to 2024. 2024 is the year that we believed that Surest would solve the deficit. We believe that because we thought people would migrate into certain plans that they did not. We believe that because United Healthcare gave us a decrement that stated that this was going to help us get to it. It did not do that. Again, this was the most aggressive swing that any district had made. You were one of the largest groups to take on Surest because we needed to see if there was something that we could do to solve the deficit. Now, while it did not solve the deficit, we do anticipate that if we did nothing, that it would be about 5%, there would be an additional 5%. In fact, after growing cost, if we have done nothing for the last 2 years, what would happen is we'd be about at $23 to $25 million worth of a deficit. So there are actions that we have to take, and that's what we're doing. Every single year, we evaluate your health plan. We evaluate where it's going, and we try to make decisions that help the overall population, but help us actually have a plan. Because if we can't afford the plan, it falls apart. So we have to do things. And so the reason that we bring all of this up is to make sure that you understand the budget will continue to grow, or the budget deficit will continue to grow. Without action, without next steps, we will hit a wall, whether that's through a plan design, contributions, whatever. We have to be prepared for the next steps. And so that's what we work with your teams on every single year, every single month, to understand where are the growing costs and how can we fix it. Now that that's done, Brian is going to come up and walk through how he handles the fiscal year budget and works with us as far as dealing with the projection and dealing with the growing cost of inflation.
Thank you, Derek. And where I'll start out with is if we go back, one of the confusing things about budgeting for the benefits plan is that we operate on a fiscal year from July 1st through June 30th, and our plan year runs on a calendar year basis from January 1st through December 31st. And so as we talk about that, so what I'm going to share with you, as you've just heard Derek talk about, he's talking about the plan year. I'm going to say what has happened specifically from the fiscal year basis. And so if we go back to plan year 2023, so that would be our 23-24 fiscal year, we were projecting to end with an $8 million deficit. And so in the general fund, we transferred $8 million over to the plan, and we ended up with about an $800,000 positive balance, meaning we transferred slightly more than what we needed to. And so in reality, we had a $7.2 million net deficit in the 23 plan year. Moving into 2024, we had the deficit of roughly $12.1 million. Part of the way that we addressed that was through increasing the contributions from the general fund, workers' comp, and unemployment fund. So that helped balance that. And then finally, as we look into the upcoming year, this is the deficit that we have shared with you all, the $15 million. And so one of the things that Derek alluded to that gets, that's the complicated part, is that you'll see what LaShonda presents to you is that from a competitive standpoint, how much the district is contributing to the health benefits fund, we're among the top contributors. When we look at what our employees pay less than other local districts. And so that makes it difficult to manage, because if we increase the district contribution, that increases our cost. If we increase our health employee premiums, that increases what they pay out of pocket for their plan. And so it's a very delicate balance on all this to make sure we stay balanced. And so what I would close with is, as we look at this, the district has made one-time contributions to the health plan in order to ensure that it stays balanced and at a, not at a surplus, but balance. This is something that we've seen other districts do, and so we're not unique in that respect, but it is as Derek mentioned, a very difficult conversation. And so again, we have made transfers in 3 successive plan years to help balance the health benefits fund, and you can see the amounts here. Again, it was $7.2 million net in 23 for the 23-24 year. Then the prior year, in the upcoming year, I'm saying that wrong, for the 23-24 year, 24-25, give me a second, I feel like an auctioneer here for a second. For the 23 plan year, which represents 22-23, that was the $7.2 million net deficit. For the 23-24 plan year, the year that just ended, that was a $12.1 million deficit that was offset from the general fund, workers' comp, and unemployment funds. The $15 million deficit that we're anticipating for next year has still yet to be determined how we will address that. That's where we're working with Derek and his team to ensure that we address that. And I'll turn it back over to LaShonda.
Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. I don't know if there's anything else for me to say. I think Mr. Eco and Mr. Gwynn said it all. Bring this down a little bit. Okay, so what we'll do is take a look at the next slide, which provides an overview of what our current plan design is. And so going back to the total number of employees that we have enrolled in our benefit plan, we're at about 68%. And so if you look at the mix between the 3 plan offerings that we have, over 3,000 of those employees are enrolled in Assurance Plan. So as we talk about that plan not being the highest performing plan, what we do have to understand is that it is the plan that the majority of our employees are enrolled in, because it is the only plan that offers a $0 deductible. When we look at the plan cost, which is on a per monthly basis, what you'll see is that the employee-only cost is a cost in terms of premiums that has remained constant over the past 3 years. So going back to Mr. Gwynn's conversation around us increasing premiums on the family tiers, we have continued to remain constant on the employee-only tiers, but we have increased by 6% on the family tiers. And so one of the reasons why we focused on those tiers, not only because from a benchmarking perspective, we see that we lag quite significantly behind the other peer districts, but in addition to that, the majority of our plan cost is associated with spouse and dependent claims. So this is a telling slide, because what this slide tells us is that Fort Bend ISD is actually doing a great job in terms of how we manage premiums for employees and how we manage our overall employee contribution. If you look at this slide, what it says is that Fort Bend ISD pays more in terms of employee contribution than all of our peer districts. If you look at the turquoise bar graph, which represents the district contribution, you'll see that Fort Bend ISD contributes on average more than $139 per employee per month. If you look at the yellow bar graph, which represents our employee-only average contribution, which is the premium contributions employees pay, you'll see that employees that are on the employee-only tier are paying on average $34 less than other peer districts. And last but not least, looking at the employee plus family tier, you'll see that Fort Bend ISD employees that are on those tiers are paying on average $193 less than other peer districts. And so that's why over the past couple of years, we've looked at making incremental increases to the family tiers because of how significantly we lag behind the other peer districts. So in terms of solutions and next steps, it's really important that we focus on managing the overall plan cost, but more importantly, we have to focus on the benefits that we offer to employees. We want to make sure that we're offering benefits to employees that are cost effective, but at the same time have a premium cost that employees can afford. And I stated this earlier, the last thing we want to do is have employees have to decide between putting food on their table or offering adequate insurance for their loved ones. And so we have a really huge task in front of us to try and balance the healthcare fund, going back to the conversations that we had about the deficit and the $15 million projected deficit for fiscal year 2026. And so we're working together, business and finance, HR benefits, and our consultants, Gallagher, we're working together to come up with solutions for the upcoming 2026 benefit plan year that will try and stabilize our benefit plan, but do that in a way to where it doesn't impact the employees too much. One thing to note is that in 2026 and 2027, that is a rebid year for our medical carrier, which means we'll be taking it out to bid. And so we just want to be mindful of that as we look at solutions for 2026, because what we don't want to do is implement significant changes for 2026, and then during the rebid year implement significant changes based on potential changes to our carrier. And so over the next couple of months, we'll be looking at the overall benefit plan. We'll be looking at options in terms of whether or not we have the correct mix of benefit plan options that we currently offer, whether or not we need to look at changing some of the copays or the out-of-pocket costs, and also looking at the actual plans as we go back to talking about SureRest being our lowest performing plan, costing the most amount in terms of our overall plan cost. And so in June, actually, we'll be coming back to you to talk a little bit more about some of the changes that we do have upcoming for 2026 benefit plan year in terms of some of those ancillary products. We currently have active bids out for our dental, vision, life, disability, and our surgery program. And so those are benefits that could potentially change in 2026, but also could reach some additional savings. So with that said, I will open it up for any questions that you may have for us.
Thank you, Ms. Waltz, Mr. Eco, and Mr. Gwynn. We'll now take questions from the trustees. Ms. Jones.
Thank you, President Tyson. Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. Thank you, everyone, for that great presentation. Pretty much you answered my questions, or a million of my questions on number 8. So as I was listening to this presentation, I was thinking about our teachers and our paras. The late Marvin Zindler once said, "It's hell to be poor." And I think about that in regards to our teachers when they take their paychecks home and they have to deduct money for insurance, for TRS, and sometimes in some districts escrow to cover for 12 months. Okay? So I'm thinking about that. And I appreciate that because I'm thinking about health insurance versus their take-home pay. Many of our teachers are paying for health insurance, but they can't afford to go to the doctor because they've paid so much for health insurance. And you bring this issue up of more people are going to the ER versus urgent care, where more people are going to the urgent care because it's cheaper than going to the PCP, their primary care provider, because of the plans. And so I'm looking at, and I hear you saying it saves the district, but I don't hear you say it's saving our teachers, it's saving our parents, because they are directly impacted when they get that direct deposit, and they have to budget deductibles, co-pays, co-insurances, and prescription costs. And so, yes, it's great for the district, but I don't feel good going home knowing that a teacher, she has to work a second or a third job to pay for the basic stuff for her children, to put gas in the car, or her baby gets sick. Now she got to go pay medical costs, and then now she got to budget her groceries, and now she got to get to work, so now she got to budget gas. And so it's great to hear that how much it's going to cost, cost savings for the district, but what I want to hear is how it's going to cost save our teachers and our paras and our facilities and our maintenance people. And that's what I would like for you to come back and see, because the numbers are great, but it doesn't feel good for some teachers when they have to figure it out every 2 weeks of, well, should I pay the light or should I put it off? Because my health insurance is more than my light bill, okay? And so my first question is, going back to Brian's, Brian, are we able to offer plans that align with our fiscal year? Is that an option?
So I think the short answer to that is the way that we are currently set up, we cannot align the plans to the fiscal year because the benefit selection process occurs in October for health benefits that will be in place for the January through December time year of the following year. So as it currently stands, the short answer to that is not how we're currently configured. It's not to say that we couldn't visit, but it would probably result in some significant disruption that we would have to work through in order to implement.
Okay. And are there, and you've already answered my question about, are there any options to lower healthcare plans? Now, here's my next question. Will there be an option for employee only, to not be able to pay for their health? Because I see a lot of employee ERS benefits where employees are provided medical benefits at zero cost. And I'm thinking about a lot of our 65 and over employees in the district who are paying $177 or $160 or $62 a month. Is there an option for them not to just pay medical costs? It should be. And that's where I'm at. Can you look into that?
So I would say as we continue to look into benefit plan options for the upcoming years, that is certainly an option that we will consider. I think the biggest challenge right now, though, is managing the existing deficit that we have and making sure that we can balance that so that we can be able to offer a benefit plan that potentially could provide a zero-cost share for employee-only coverage.
Because I think the goal for us, and I think Trustee Hamilton made an issue of this, of how much our employees are paying for health insurance. And so that is our concern, as far as we're concerned about the deficit, but we're also concerned about what our teachers, does it benefit our teachers to work for us? Does it benefit our paras to work for us if they're paying more in health insurance and they can't even afford to go to the doctor, or they can't afford to go to get their medicine? And so that's what we have to look at. My next question is, what's the average deductible for employee only and employee family for spouse? What's the average?
For our plan or just in total? Sorry. Will you clarify? You're saying average, is that among peers or is that currently for you all now?
For our faculty. What is the average deductible?
So so it's $750 for Kelsey, $4,000 for the Choice HSA, and then for Surest it's $0. Now, Surest is a $0 is a deductible, right? But they pay a copay for all items. in that plan.
Okay.
And they pay a different copay depending upon the location that they go to, if it's a high efficiency provider versus a low efficiency provider. So I would say the average roughly is probably around $1,500 to $2,000 for the employees from a deductible perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the high end for the families, it's roughly $3,000 to $4,000. Now, those integrate. So every individual has an individual deductible, and the collective family has their own family deductible. So they work together in conjunction. So if a family was on the Kelsey plan, for instance, and you had 5 members of the family, right, and one person got really sick, that one person would hit that $750 deductible first.
Okay.
And then their benefits would kick in after with their co-insurance.
Gotcha.
That person is covered, right? And then the remainder of the people on your family, the more that they pay into it, they all equal up to the family dollar. So it's a way to help kind of indemnify costs for employees or members on the plan.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And what are some of the benefit maximums for co-insurance that you're looking to? Yeah.
So the maximums, as you can see on this one, are illustrated here. So out-of-pocket maximum means that after you've spent up to your deductible, everything after is paid at a percentage basis. Every dollar that an employee or a member spends goes towards the out-of-pocket maximum. Once you have hit that number, then you no longer pay for anything else with regards to medical as long as it is covered by the plan, okay? So if it's covered by the plan and in network within the plan, you've met that maximum. And so those are varying levels. With Surest, it is at a higher number because you have a open access to the largest network, okay? So that's why it works in that regard. It has the highest out-of-pocket because it is the most valuable of a plan. And so there's a reason for having it to have the highest out-of-pocket. Because it does cost more for us to maintain, and so it has a higher value. Kelsey Charter, for instance, has run effectively for the district, but also runs really effectively for employees. So we make that plan less expensive than the Surest plan, and we also make it incredibly rich. $750 for a deductible is bar none one of the best deductibles in the area when it comes to teachers. If you look down at Lamar, they aren't within a couple $1,000s of that deductible. Same thing with Katy, Alief. All of those are far above that. And there's a reason for that. We incentivize employees to go to Kelsey because Kelsey has the best outcomes. When we measure that, we measure a person goes in, do they get sick more often or are they less sick? All right. Did their surgery go better or worse? We have all of that data to say. And so that's where Kelsey came in.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So I guess this is just, I'm glad you have a plan, okay, and that you're looking towards that. So let me paint a personal picture. Being a teacher, making less than $70,000 in another district, one morning I was on my way to work, excited, because I'd bought a whole bunch of stuff for my students. And out of nowhere, I'm in a car accident on my way to work with all the stuff for my kids in the car. And I was life-flighted to Memorial Hermann. And that Memorial Hermann bill was $21,000, okay, for the life flight. And then I'm going to find out I only had a broken arm. And I probably may have been in the emergency room maybe, I don't even think it was 6 hours. The bill I got was $65,000. I'm like, okay, they reset my arm. I was in here about 2 hours. I sat outside in the emergency room in the hallway, and they charged me $65,000. Well, they charged my insurance company. When I got the final bill, I had to pay $6,900 of that bill because of my insurance. Yes. And I'm thinking about my paras, my teachers, for them to get a bill that's higher than their salary. Not to mention the non-contracted doctors, not to mention the x-rays, not to mention the physical therapy. And then you're still trying to make ends meet.
So when you go back, you keep that in mind, and you keep our faculty, and you keep our teachers, and you keep our paras of the things that they have to pay for. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, thank you for that presentation. How long has Gallagher had been handling employee benefits for Fort Bend ISD? Do you know?
So it's been since 2019. Gallagher has been the consultant for Fort Bend ISD.
Okay. So forgive me for a little bit of a Captain Obvious moment here. So we are a school district, in case anyone showed up at the wrong place tonight. Haha. The reason I say the obvious comment there is that when we go over budget in a non-teaching and learning category, every dollar that we go above budget in something that's not directly teaching and learning is a dollar that we have to take away from the teaching and learning side of the equation. And so if we go back the last 4 years and then the projection for this year, that's almost $50 million in going over budget. And so that's $50 million that because we're a school district, if we had been on budget, we would have $50 million that could have gone towards teaching and learning over the last 4 years and this year. So I just had a few questions. So another Captain Obvious question for an insurance agent. Do higher than expected costs affect premiums going forward?
So you're a self-funded health plan, but yes, as growing costs rise, they would potentially affect premiums. That decision is made during the I guess, plan year, right. And that's made with your approval, as well as after the benefits committee is met to discuss, is this the next step in what we should do or not? Right. But yes, growing claims can result in that debatably on what we decide or how we deal with the budget deficit.
Right. So I'm glad to see that we have not reduced our contributions over this time period. So that's good news that we've maintained as our costs have risen. However, the increasing premiums combined with our contributions remaining flat mean that the higher costs on the premium side have been shifted onto the employees. Is that correct?
Yes. So if you think of it in the way that we've dealt with some of the plan design changes, that does shift the cost burden over to a member. Right. The same thing, if we do increase a premium, then it would cost the member more on average. So yes.
Right. This is more subjective, but just based on feedback from employees, the sense that I've, sometimes we don't get good news as often as we get bad news as trustees. But I've gotten quite a bit of feedback that the sense is higher costs and less great service or less great quality of care. So that's just kind of a subjective point there. But then I wanted to ask, obviously there's probably a long list of this, but what are some cost-saving measures that you would recommend an employer our size implement?
So we work with this on an annual basis, but even more on a monthly basis. We're talking about options. Currently, right now, we're looking at plan design options and premium change options to be able to help deal with the growing deficit. As LaShonda had mentioned earlier, one of the items that we do want to take a closer look at is now that we're 3 years up on our contract with United Healthcare to see if there are other opportunities for other administrators to help us deal with the growing plan costs, whether that is better discounting with local and neighboring facilities, where potentially a Blue Cross or an Aetna network may have a better discount with the same services that you're getting now. Additionally, there are more aggressive third-party administration options where we're looking at potentially doing direct contracting or more interesting plan design changes that can only happen during an RFP because you're in a public setting. We can't cut our contract in the middle of it and flip out. We have to take a measured approach, wait for that time to come. Now that we're up on that 3 years, that is part what we are evaluating. And then in the future, evaluating other options as well. Whether that is more aggressive options there or all the way up to is TRS an option. Those are all questions that we have to evaluate, and we're evaluating on a regular basis to make sure that is. We don't ever rest on these items, so they are constantly growing and evolving as we're there.
So you mentioned, sorry.
Well, I do want to point out one thing, and this is the conundrum that we're in, and I think it ties in also to what Mrs. Jones said, and that is, if you look at this chart in particular, I realize there's a lot on here, but if you start with that far left turquoise line, the district's contribution, and Mr. Hamilton, you pointed out that it's remained flat over time, and that is accurate, but it's also the highest among our peer districts. And so if we raise that rate, the issue that we run into, that means the district is contributing more towards health insurance, but has less to do some of the other things that you pointed out. And then conversely, if you look at the employee-only contribution, it is the second lowest among peer districts. Now, it does not speak to, as you just pointed out, the experience that the employee is having on the back end, or Ms. Jones pointed out, what they are paying out of pocket when they go to the doctor. But as we're looking at it from a plan design perspective, those costs are low. And then as LaShonda pointed out, on the family side, we're the second lowest. And so as we're being financial stewards of this, we have to carefully balance what the employee pays out of pocket versus what the district pays. And so I just point that out because you mentioned the fact it stayed flat, and I want to acknowledge, yes, it has, but part of the reason it stayed flat is because it is higher than other districts are paying. And I do want to emphasize, we're doing those one-time payouts. Derek can attest to the fact we are not alone in that. As a matter of fact, about 2 weeks ago, the CFO of Conroe reached out to me and asked if we were having to do that. The answer was, of course, yes. And so we're not unusual in that respect, but as you all are pointing out, this is a very touchy subject because we want to minimize the impact we have on employees, but also be good stewards of taxpayer funds.
Thank you. So you mentioned a new plan that was intended to eliminate the deficit with the spending. Was that new this year or new last year?
It was new in 2024.
In 2024. So this is year 2.
Yes, it's year 2.
Yeah. So it was designed to eliminate the deficit, and then we had a $14.4 million deficit.
Yes. Followed
by a projected $15 million deficit.
Yes. So the projected $15 million deficit, and let's be clear, I think you said $50 million. That would not be an accurate statement. Remember, these compound. They're
Almost.
Holding on a deficit, right? So what we're holding now from a deficit perspective all the way up till the end of next year, and again, that's a projection. We're getting out 18 months ahead of ourselves. We think that we're going to end at about us needing to get $17.8 million. But with Surest, what was assumed would happen is United Healthcare has run this plan before, and so they said when, on average, people that adopt this plan and have the migration into this plan run at a more effective pace, and they give a decrement associated with that. We utilize that decrement with our projections to analyze what we think the plan will run. Now, coincidentally, at the same point, you also had the poorest year that you've ever had from a claims perspective. And that wasn't due to any plan design changes. That was due to growing utilization of plans in general. You had 20% increase in inpatient utilization, 20% increase in outpatient utilization. You had an increase in influx of new diabetic medications onto the plan and more high-cost claimants. It is not what we would call a perfect storm, but it is poor experience. And when we project you out in May. We look at those costs in May. So in 2023, projecting out until the end of 2024, we said, hey, you had a really good 2023. Look at how this is. We'll trend you forward, but we don't think that it's going to end in this deficit. As you can see in roughly in the March to April timeframe in 2024, we reprojected. So every year we project and we reforecast to see how far off from a budget, because we have 6 to 7 months new claims data to understand how we think we're going to run. And even then, we projected you out utilizing the new claims data that came in throughout 2023, and we ended up at $80.9 million in a reforecast of what we assumed. We were still $5 million off because your plan continued to run so poorly from a utilization perspective. So our goal is to be within 2% of those projections, but with an 18-month lag and sometimes skyrocketing cost, we will be off from time to time because we can't accurately predict. And with Surest, this is a brand new program. We're relying on our administrator to help us make an inference on what they think that's going to save. And unfortunately, while it had worked with other organizations, really in the private side, more manufacturing and things like that, we have found that it has not been adopted as well by the district's employees. And there could be lots of reasons for that, right? It's a difficult plan to utilize. And sometimes people don't want to utilize an application. And then there's sometimes that you're just stubborn and you want to go to the person that you want to go with. And I get that. You feel comfortable with your healthcare. Surest is designed to make you think, hey, if I go to this doctor at Methodist, this may cost me more money than if I go to this doctor at Memorial. If I feel comfortable with this, I'm going to go pay more to go. Now that costs the member more and it costs the district more, as opposed to the other way where it could save the member money and also the district money.
So just to clarify, so I rounded up a little bit aggressively. So it would be $48 million for the last 4 years plus this year. So not going into. So bringing in next year's projected 17.8 million would go to 65 million over 6 years.
Sorry, I'm looking at so I brought a financial consultant, so I'm letting him do the math in his head.
Yes, yeah.
1 second.
Yeah.
Mr. Hamilton, I believe what you're saying is you're looking at the compounded amount that the district has paid. So just to clarify, we have cleared the deficit, but as you were mentioning, the amount that we are paying successively over years, yes, is going to. And I want to emphasize what Derek just said. If the $15 million comes to fruition and what we are projecting in our forecast is it will, and so we're accounting for the fact that we would have to pay for that, you are correct. And I did say you are correct. It would be roughly 65 million.
Well, to your point there, Brian. So is one key difference between the private sector plans and the government sector plans, the tendency on the private side to have more wellness approaches?
No. I think actually Fort Bend is one of the leading organizations, even in the area, as far as what you do from a wellness perspective. You all have a wellness coordinator on site. You have wellness meetings on a regular basis. You invest a ton into it. I would say one of the reasons why a private organization can run effectively versus what a public organization could do is because they increase their budget on a regular basis. They don't have to go through a full board approval. They decide how they want to do it. And they're also a for-profit industry, so they can move that stuff around and do that. Right? If we stress anything, it is that this interest in inflation is going to happen regardless of what we do. And our job is to bend that trend down as much as we can to keep it tenable. But at some point or another, it's going to continue to grow. And we can make micro changes to deal with it, but they oftentimes bring a larger budget in to help them offset it on a yearly basis, where, this deficit, we pull in general funds to help us offset it, but it's not on an ongoing basis.
Yeah, thank you. So last question on the administration side of it. I know that there's some interest in bringing in a third party that would work on a fee-based approach where they are paid nothing up front and they would earn a percentage of cost savings. Has the administration considered doing something like that?
I don't think it is unfair to say that any reasonable option we would be interested in reviewing. Some of those that we receive, and typically when we do receive those, we have Gallagher, who's our benefits consultant, review those. I don't want to say that some of them make overblown claims, but that is sometimes the case. But we want to make sure that in addition to the excitement of something new that could solve the problem, we're also looking at it from a pragmatic perspective to make sure that what is promised will be delivered. And as we can see, the Surest plan was indicated that it would deliver results and hasn't necessarily done it to our expectations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Dr. Gilliam.
Okay, I'm going to be kind of hooked on phonics here, so I'm just going to start from behind, okay? As I'm sitting here, I have a girlfriend of mine who I want to share with you, okay, because it has been I've had these conversations for the last 2 years about insurance and what's happening. So just an FYI, family's prescription cost has all surpassed all of last year. My flex spending is already done. We went from less than $75 a month in cost, RX cost, to around $300 a month. A script went from $15 to $123, and 2 went from $10 each to $84. So total shock. And when I just heard what you said as far as we're looking at, the utilization. So utilization would be poor if you can't, $80 for something that cost $10 prior to. And so I'll read one more and then the monthly plan cost is not the real cost. That is only competitive if you don't have to use it. Heaven forbid you need medicine. We will pay probably $5,000 this year in medicine, and it basically they can't afford it. So basically, a self-funded program is not working. What can we do? I'll add this one more. They choose Surest because the kids are out of the city, and Kelsey is basically the only place that they can afford, and they can't go anywhere else. What can we do?
So I'll address your question first, and then I'll turn it over to Derek Eco. So based on what you just explained, I would say that employee is definitely on the Surest plan because that is one of the plan changes that we implemented for 2025. As I stated earlier in the presentation, one of the reasons why we saw increased cost associated with our prescription drug program was because we had the copay benefit in place instead of a coinsurance benefit. Since I've been here at the district, and even before I came, we've always managed a coinsurance type benefit for our prescription drugs. When we implemented the Surest plan, it came with a copay benefit for the RX. And so during the year of 2024, that's when we realized that the plan was assuming additional costs because of how the plan changed for that benefit specifically. So 1/1 of 2025, we changed it back to a coinsurance. And so employees did see an increased cost as it relates to their prescription drug benefits. However, what we tried to do is educate them on the additional health optimization programs we have in place to help offset some of that cost. And so if you refer to the one pager that you have here, it speaks to some of those programs that we have in place. For example, even though those employees went from paying a copay to a coinsurance, if they were to utilize the mail order benefit and get a 90-day supply, the maximum they will pay out of pocket for a 3-month supply is $150. And so that's another one of those really great benefits that we have in place for employees that you typically won't see at another organization, even in the private sector, because to provide a 3-month prescription at a maximum cost of $150 is a really good benefit. But we have a number of employees that are taking these maintenance medications, and they're still going to the retail pharmacy and filling them, and they're paying that coinsurance now. Whereas if they just switch to the 90-day supply benefit, they could get those 90-day supply prescriptions for a max of $150. And so we've been trying to do targeted mailings to those employees that are taking maintenance medications and also educating them by sending out emails to remind them that this benefit is available to them. So that you're absolutely correct in that they're seeing an increased cost as it relates to those prescription drugs. But again, that is because we switched from the copay to a coinsurance benefit for this year. And so we continue to educate employees, and I've spoke directly with many employees since we've made that change. And they've called me back and have thanked me for educating them on the 90-day supply benefit. In addition, I want to add that this year we expanded that benefit to where if an employee doesn't want to use the mail order benefit where it's actually mailed to their home, we now have 3 pharmacies that they can go to and actually pick up a 90-day supply. A lot of employees don't like to use mail order because of the heat here in Texas, and so they prefer to go to the retail pharmacy. Well, now they can do that and still take advantage of that 90-day cost savings by going to one of those 3 pharmacies.
So how long have we had that?
So we implemented that benefit as of January 1st, 2025. So this year.
Okay, so and how was the communication?
So we heavily communicated about this benefit during open enrollment.
I'm sorry, say that again.
We heavily communicated this benefit during open enrollment. We visited all the campuses, all 90-plus campuses, and gave formal presentations to talk about the new benefit programs we had in place. We also sent mailings to the employees' homes to talk about this new benefit, and then, of course, our standard communications that we send via email.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Ms. Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Eco and Ms. Walls and Mr. Gwynn. And so I am certain that you've said this, but I need you to explain it in a different way for me because I did not get it the first time you said it. So on this page where it says the projected deficit for next year is $15 million. But then when I look at this, I see the projected deficit is $17.8 million. And so I don't understand why I'm looking at two different numbers.
The number that we're representing here, the 15 million, is based on our fiscal year. And so that would start on July 1 and go through June 30th of next year. The number that Gallagher has presented is based on the plan year, which would run from January 1st through December 31st. And so there's 6 months of our plan year that is in one fiscal year and 6 months in another fiscal year. So that's the explanation.
Okay, and you did explain that. I'm sorry, but I was not. My head was not wrapping around that. Okay, so then the follow-up question to that is, and I think you mentioned it, but help me understand why our budget is so far from what we know we're going to actually incur. I mean, looking at the longitudinal data here, we're not going to, we're some wood unless we incur another pandemic, we're not going to have a surplus. Like that was the anomaly that caused us to have a surplus. So why is when we're budgeting, why isn't it closer to the actual cost that we know we're going to incur?
So I'll start with when we make the budget decisions, our anticipation is it will meet the cost that is being projected. And so this is one of those cases where, and I'm going to go forward one slide, is part of we have assumed that the inflation will occur, and in this case, the inflation has occurred higher than what was budgeted. The pharmacy claims occurred higher than what was budgeted, as well as the high-cost claimants. And so although we are budgeting for a growth factor, what we found, at least for the last 3 years, is that, and Derek, correct me if I'm using the wrong term here, the trend is not complying with what we were anticipating. And so we're coming in higher, and it's happened now 3 years in a row. And so the question is, do we have a reset in terms of what we budget? If the answer to that question is yes, and I don't want to repeat this too many times, but it would mean revisiting these numbers, i.e., what is the district contributing, what is the employee contributing? And in both cases, it will mean higher contributions for the district and for the employees. And so it's balancing that. But to go back to the very beginning is we are budgeting based on the trend that we expect to happen, based on the input that we get from Gallagher. In the last 3 years, it just has not adhered to the trend that was anticipated.
Okay, so you're still going to have, because then we're having to find that estimated 17.8 or 15 million next year from wherever we find it.
That is correct.
And so I know there's not a trustee sitting on this dais that wouldn't like to see salaries go up, premiums go down, or a combination of the two. But I also predict there's not a single person in here that thinks that their medical premiums are awesome and that their deductibles are awesome. It's just right, medical expenses right now, homeowners insurance, car insurance. I don't know, maybe I'm the only one that's not a good shopper for these things, but it's kind of crazy and ridiculous. So any way we can help our employees is certainly helpful. Would you go okay, you're already there. So look at Pasadena. And I am wondering, I see that Pasadena is, their employee only cost is a bit, $34-ish above what our folks are paying. And I'm glad to see that, our contribution is great, really. We're doing well. But my question is, this is to be answered offline because this has gone long. But what is Pasadena doing? Like, what is Pasadena doing where their district's only contributing $322, and just if you don't have to answer it. Mr. Gwynn can answer it, but there's something's going on in Pasadena. I know they're much smaller, so answer that offline for me, and I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Mr. Garcia.
So, quick few questions on the employee-only costs. That's per month, correct? So, for sure, it's $177. That's monthly for employee-only.
Yes, correct.
And then for roughly doctor visits, for sure, for primary care, what would you say? Is this $40 a visit, or is it more? Do you have any idea?
Depends. Surest is a variable copay.
So what does that mean?
It means that if you utilize the application and you look on it and you say, I need to go to a primary care doctor, a high efficiency provider would have a lower copay, so a $40 copay, and the highest and a poor efficiency provider would be labeled at like $150. So
you're limited in the doctors and which you can go to.
You're not limited in the doctors. You have the whole scope of the network, but to go to one doctor versus the other requires a choice on how much you're willing to pay in that.
Okay. And I know that a lot of people were upset about because they had their doctors, but they had to switch because of cost. But then they were, you have to pick and choose, right? So, and I don't know if I should ask this question now or for the legislative update. But if the state, let's assume the state increases the basic allotment, and they mandate 40% for raises, but they also have a bill pass where they give in teachers a separate raise for $4,000 or $5,000 or whatever, what we're hearing. If they increase the basic allotment, they say 40% goes towards staff raises. Does that also include benefits? So we could say we'll take the $4,000 or $5,000 that the state gives us to raises for teachers. But in regards to the basic allotment, can we allocate more of a portion of that toward health insurance as opposed to additional raise? Does that make sense, what I'm asking?
So that is a legislative update question, but I'll answer it here. In short, the way that House Bill 3 was written back in 2019, it allowed districts to utilize a portion of the health benefits contribution towards compensation adjustments. The latest substitution of House Bill 2, which is scheduled for a vote this week, removed compensation and replaced it with salary, meaning that we can no longer use the insurance premiums as an offset to any salary adjustment for teachers.
Gotcha. So they get a raise on top of the raise within the basic allotment because we can't use it for overall compensation. You have to be used for salary. I got you.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. So I just have a couple of questions. What method has the district used in the past to pay down the deficit? How have we handled that?
It's been handled with one-time contributions from the general fund, the employee unemployment fund, as well as the workers' compensation fund.
And have we done that every year?
We have not, no. It's been, I can provide the board with when we have done that. It has been done for the last 3 years, but we've also gone, I believe, 4 years post-COVID where we did not have to make a contribution. Prior to that, it was about every 2 years when we would have to do that. But it has not been consistent, but it has been something that's been done, I'll say, semi-regularly in the past.
Okay. And so in this budget, Ms. Hannon was asking about the budget. I think it was Ms. Hannon. Are we budgeting for the deficit?
The $34.7 million that I'll review with you in just a few minutes does include that $15 million deficit as part of the health plan.
Okay, so we're not, that's the short answer. That deficit's not included in the budget.
Well, yes, it is, because the $34.7 million assumes we would have to make some adjustment to cover that $15 million deficit.
But it's not in the $71.7 million that's listed on this sheet.
She's right.
That's the point, is that we're not, yeah. I know the answer. I know the answer.
Yeah,
I'm asking the question so that everybody else can hear it. Yes.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
Did you wanna
yes, ma'am,
go
I
ahead?
did. Thank you, Madam President. I wanted to make that very important distinction that as we build the budget and define what's in the budget for the next upcoming year, it's a current practice that I'm uncomfortable with, and we're going to look at how we can do that different. But we are not budgeting. I want to be clear about that. We are not budgeting for that deficit. We know it's coming. We just take from the general fund to address it, but it's not on the front end built into the budget. And that's important because if we did that, then we would have more clarity on every other line item expenditure of what can be done and what can't be done. So that's a very important distinction to make.
Thank you. That's why I was asking the question. Okay, thank you guys. We appreciate the presentation. We're going to move on to legislative update is next. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes, and I'll try to be brief on this because I know that we've spent a lot of time on this. And so where I'll start with is on the legislative update, as I just mentioned, House Bill 2, which is the primary funding source for the education funding for the upcoming year or for the upcoming biennium, included an additional included changes. So the substitute version of House Bill 2 increases the basic allotment by an additional $140, and so it goes from $220 to $340. And so we could see that occur, assuming the approval occurs on the Senate side as well. There's an adjustment to the golden penny yield, and that's pretty important. In the past, it was legislatively mandated that they had to change the golden penny yield. However, they are now freezing the Tier 2 golden penny yield at $129.52, and each biennium they would visit that amount and make an adjustment for it to account for that. In the current biennium, or for the upcoming biennium, they are increasing it by $55. That matches the golden penny yield increase that we were seeing prior to the substitute. And so they would increase the basic allotment by an additional $55 to account for that. So it would be $65.55, assuming everything goes forward. There are a number of special education changes. The primary one being they would move to an intensity-based model. However, the commissioner will have to set what those weights are. And so at this point, we don't know what that would look like, but we know that it would be additional funding likely for the district. I would say based on what I know is that we have a $36 million gap between what the state funds and what we pay locally. It likely will not cover that gap, but it will make progress towards closing it to some degree. And then the last item you see on there is that they are now adding an allotment for the initial evaluations that the district has to do that has not been there previously. It would be $1,000 for each initial evaluation. And then on the issue of raises, 40% of all the new money that the state allocates through this House Bill 2, 40% of that would have to be spent on raises, 75% to classroom teachers and 25% to non-classroom staff. And then the thing that I'll end with, I say all of this, is that there will be major reconciliation between the House version and the Senate version. The Senate version looks nothing like this. And so ultimately, once the reconciliation happens, then we'll know what we can expect to receive. And so this is all, again, through the lens of the House, not through both chambers. For the budget update, as you all are aware, the legislature is currently in session. And as we're not going to have clarity on what the budget looks like until we have finality on what they're going to do. And so that weighs heavily on us. We've shared that we're anticipating a shortfall of $34.6 million. And then last time we walked the board through 3 potential options to address that funding shortfall. And so I won't touch on each of these because we've short of time, but on option 3 is where we landed. And that is we would use a combination of reductions, potentially disaster pennies, and fund balance to help us address the budget deficit. And so if the state comes through, then we may not have to use the disaster pennies. If they don't come through at the level that we need, there may be a need to rely on those. And the district does have up to $35 million that it could take through the disaster pennies if it comes to that. Since we've last met with you all, staff has been working to identify areas of the budget where we could make reductions that don't impact campuses or student programming. We have identified $4.6 million through that work, and that includes 19 vacant central admin positions that can be eliminated. There's also expected to be some teaching vacancies next year. Each year, we're not able to fill 100% of our positions. And if we apply an innovative staffing model using our paid teacher residents to fill 5 of those vacancies, that approach would allow us to reduce vacancies, save money, and support the development of our teacher pipeline. And we're continuing to work on those potential savings. Again, we've identified $4.6 million at this point and anticipate having additional savings that we can share with the board at the meeting in May. And so this is what our current outlook looks like. The first column that you see on there is what we've shared with you all previously, the $34.6 million deficit with no changes at all to the budget. Our first scenario, which is in the second column, shows the impact of the $4.6 million in reductions that I just identified. And this scenario also includes the $15 million deficit in the health benefits fund. And so that is included in both the $34.6 million as well as this scenario. We're not showing the use of any disaster pennies, but there is no new state funding in that second column as well. And so we would have a $30 million deficit that we would need to address, potentially using disaster pennies. And then the second scenario that we would look at, that's in the third column, that shows the impact of House Bill 2, the substitute version coming into play, and the $4.6 million in reductions that we just did. And it shows that the deficit is now at $13.1 million, and we've improved from 76 days to 83 days on our fund balance reserve. And so we're going to continue to work through those potential budget savings that will lower the deficit. And as you can see, a lot of this is going to hinge on what the outcome of the legislative session is. And this is an overview of the budget timeline. In May, we'll be coming back with an additional budget update as well as a planned budget workshop with additional information, and final adoption of the budget occurring in June. And that completes the presentation, and I can answer any questions on the budget or legislative update.
Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. We'll take questions from the trustees. Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, so Mr. Gwynn, thank you for that presentation. And you mentioned either last month or month before, it all starts to run together at some point, right? That most, maybe all of our contracts typically have language that say that if the funding's not there, then we can get out of the contract effectively.
That is correct.
So we're in a dire situation financially. We're looking at significant budget deficit with healthcare costs. Comments were made recently here in this room about potentially increasing the student-to-teacher ratio. We're questioning whether or not we can give adequate raises to our employees, all of those things, obviously. And so before, I would say at least a couple of those are on the extreme end of options. And so I think plan A is not to end contracts preemptively. However, I think we should be looking at some contracts that we could possibly end preemptively before we go to raising taxes on property owners or increasing the student-to-teacher ratio. So I know I asked that question as far as getting some recommendations on which contracts we might end before we go to those other extreme options.
I'll point to a couple of line items on here. So you'll notice that part of those reductions, there's $1.38 million, and I'm at the bottom portion of this list now, $1.38 million in operations and maintenance reductions, as well as about $610,000 in software reductions. In some cases, on the software reductions, we're able to transfer those to the instructional materials allotment and pay for those. So Edgenuity, as an example, can do that. And so some of these will be a discontinuation of contracts between both of those line items, as we indicated. And so this represents what we have found to date, roughly $2 million of contracts that could potentially be eliminated or significantly pared back.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So just would encourage the administration to continue looking for opportunities to cut in other ways before we go to those more extreme measures. And then also just wanted to comment, I totaled up the new approved spending last week during the agenda review, and so I'm happy to see that maybe this was coincidence, maybe this was responding to the situation that we're looking at, but there was just a lot lower dollar amount that we're approving in new spending tonight, and so just as we have these extreme situations that we're looking at, I'm glad that we're slowing down and or reducing spending.
I do want to address one point that you made, Mr. Hamilton, and that is when we talked last time with you all, we indicated we were looking at everything from utility savings up to and including changing the ratios for student to teachers based on feedback from the board at that meeting. Nothing that you have seen here, nor anything that we intend to present at this point, would include any adjustments to student to teacher ratios.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Glenn. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. And so if we're increasing the basic allotment $340 per student, 80,000 students, that only comes to $27.2 million, and then 40% of that must be spent on raises, which, if I'm doing the math, equates to somewhere around, if you're just divvying it up by, the number of employees we have, just under $1,000 per employee, and obviously it's going to be divided equally since we have teachers and then paras and bus drivers and things like that. So I guess, is this just for teachers, the funding, the 40% on raises, is that just for teachers?
So the way that they have the legislation written on the House side is that it is a 40% increase, 75% which must go to classroom teachers, the remaining 25% for the remaining staff.
Okay.
I do want to, and based on the brevity of the presentation, if House Bill 2 as written were to move forward, the district would receive about $30 million in new money associated with that.
And then, so one of the things that I was thinking about it, because I'm optimistic that the raises will pass, depending on which bill. With this, then additional money, since we can't put this money in for compensation and strictly raises, we've thought about some sort of a bonus structure, whether we just give teachers, if they get a $4,000 or $5,000 raise based on which version of the bill comes out, and then we have the basic allotment increase where the 40% has to go back to salaries. Maybe the district could consider something where they're doing like a Christmas bonus or something like that. Something that occurred to me. One question that I had regarding, so vacant positions, these are admin positions, and then do you know how many, so the paid teacher residence to Title II, can you explain that to me again?
Sure. So currently the district has the paid teacher resident program that was approved as part of the current year budget 24-25. We funded that with a one-time SHARS windfall payment that we received, which now, of course, we're losing SHARS funding. But the intent would be to maintain that program going into next year, but shifting the funding from that one-time general fund source to Title II for an additional year. So we would maintain those teacher resident, or maintain the teacher resident program going into the 25-26 school year. And so it's a reduction to general fund costs, but we would maintain the program through Title II.
Okay, I understand. And does this, these reductions include the cost savings from the school consolidations? The 1.5 per campus?
Yes, so Briargate, or I should say Aldridge and Mission, because those were implemented for the current school year, those savings are included already in our existing budget.
Okay.
And I don't want to speak too much ahead of what Greg Gibson will say, but we do have that cost savings audit that will be coming forward from him. One of the comments that he has made from us is that generally speaking, he's finding that we are pretty lean and efficient. And so I'm not anticipating to see a large, readily available dollar amount that we would be able to save immediately. But I believe he will have some longer range items that we could look for efficiencies. But unfortunately, because we have followed through with many of the Gibson audit findings, we're probably leaner than what, I don't want to say leaner than what we should be. We're probably where we should be in many aspects. And it's making it more difficult to find the savings that we were hoping they might find.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Ms. Hannon.
Yes. So Mr. Garcia just asked about the teacher residence, correct? Is that what you asked about, Mr. Garcia?
Yes.
Okay. And so, and you said it was paid for out of the one-time SHARS
For
thing?
the current year, out of the general fund, yes, ma'am. It was paid with we received a double year.
But there are no full-time equivalents there? I'm not sure how we're saving.
So we're not, the idea is to move that funding source to Title II, and so the teachers would follow that as well. And so it's the funding source for those positions that would move to Title II.
So you're using Title II instead of another funding source. And then the innovative staffing model, is that the model at Pecan Grove and Madden? Or
My understanding it is not, but I'll lean to.
I know that it's not a huge, and it's 5 full-time equivalent, but I don't know what the innovative staffing model is.
The innovative staffing models allow us to use paid teacher residents in teacher vacancies under the oversight of a host teacher. And I can send in a follow-up the different models that we're entertaining.
Okay, but that only affects the reduction of 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Williams. Thank you, Mr. Gwynn.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon, and thank you for the presentation. I'll send in any questions I have. Next up is our Academies and Choice Programs information item. Dr. Smith.
Yes, ma'am. Our Chief of Schools, Dr. Stevens, is going to lead that. Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Stevens, is going to lead a presentation on Academies and Choice Program highlights. Thank you.
I need you to speak in the microphone, please. Oh, I need you to get another mic. No, I don't want those that are streaming to not hear.
All right.
Thank you.
There we go. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Academies and Choice Programs. And so we're going to set the table about what the vision is moving forward for Academies and Choice Programs. We're also going to talk about expanding the options for our students and what we're going to do in the next 3 to 5 years. Now, at your table, we gave you a copy of the updated presentation, so I hope you can follow along there. So the reality is we're in a really unique space as a district. As we reflect on the educational landscape, it's clear we need to think differently about what we offer our students. No longer are we the only option in town. Currently, we have 5 charters that operate within our boundaries that take our students. And I want to encourage and I want to just highlight some of the forethought that you all shared earlier when we expanded pre-K. Many of our competitors offer pre-K. Some of them offer pre-K 3. Some of them offer tuition pre-K, right? So if we're going to begin to compete for our own students, we have to get them in the door younger, right? But we also have to begin to think about what do our competitors offer our students that we don't, right? A lot of that comes down to opportunities, right? So we look at Harmony Public Schools. The one in Fort Bend is Harmony Academy of Science and Technology. We have multiple Discovery Schools. We have ILT Texas, which is dual language. And so we're moving in the right direction, right? So we wanted to think about 2 things. One, what can we do in the short term to begin to give our parents options? And then 2, how can we overlay the work that Beth and her team are doing in long-range boundary planning to show that we're really serious about this work moving forward. So the first thing that we landed on is we're going to be piloting a program this year. These are premier opportunities, right? So we started this to think about what are the benefits that our students get? What do they like most about the academy model, right? The academies are rich in experiential learning opportunities. So every single academy model student gets to do hands-on things multiple times a year. They get to do field trips, right? Some of these are fairly low cost, right? If I'm in the Math Science Academy, I'm going to do the egg drop, and I'm going to build a ski lift. I'm also going to take a tour of a medical center, right? So these are things that we can afford for our students, right? But what would this look like if we scaled it down to our younger students, right? So we're calling these premier opportunities. So our plan is to pilot 5 of these in the fall. 5 programs in the fall. So one is our Energy Explorers. It's a fancy way to say that these students will investigate energy in different things. Gulf Guardians, so they'll explore the biodiversity of the Gulf. So that's the animals, that's the plants, that's the habitats. Service Sentinels, this is a great way to say service leadership. So students will do leadership projects. We'll have Digital Defenders, so that's all about digital media, communication, and then transportation. So students will examine the different ways transportation has changed. And so what does this actually look like, right? So we have these cute little characters that we came up with. You can kind of figure out who's who. We have our Gulf Guardian, our Service and Leadership, our Energy Explorers, and our Digital Defenders, as well as our transportation. But on a practical level, what would this look like if I was a student or I was the campus piloting this? So it's a great question. So if I was the Service Sentinel campus It's a great way to say this campus is going to focus on service and leadership, right? So at this campus, students are going to explore the qualities of effective leaders who serve their communities, foster collaboration, and inspire positive change. They're going to dive into the principles of how servant leadership, such as humility, accountability, compassion, and learn how to apply these values, right? But what does this look like practically? Well, it's super simple. We're going to have service experiences for our students, one in the fall, one in the spring. We're going to explore partnerships like letting our fifth graders design a business and then take a tour to Junior Achievements BizTown in the Heights. We're going to have an independent leadership project. We're going to have assemblies with Houston Food Bank, United Way, and our shared dreams, and as well as other partnerships, right? So these are all opportunities for our students. They're low cost, they're not no cost, but what this will allow us to do is this will allow us to kind of work the kinks out. And then as we come alongside Beth and her team, we'll begin to get into what do our premier programs look like. So this is some of the work that we talked about, but I jumped a little bit ahead. So what does this look like in practical terms? So April, we're going to continue to flesh out the program structure. May, we're going to refine the curriculum. And that's something that I really want to make certain here. This is not a new curriculum. We're not going to have to go out and rewrite everything. This is in addition to what our schools already offer. So it's, hey, taking an extra 25 minutes here, taking an extra 30 minutes here, doing a lesson on this, having an extra assembly. So it's not a new curriculum. It's not anything new. It's giving our students differential learning experiences, right? So we want to continue to leverage the great partnerships that we do have. So we already have great partnerships with Texas A&M Galveston. That'd be a great visit for our students that are exploring the Gulf. We already have good partnerships with Share Dreams. We already have partnerships with the Houston Food Banks. So what do we need to do to make these partnerships a reality for these 5 schools? So we'll work on that. In the summer, we'll host PD for the campus leaders and the principals and the APs and the teachers. And then we'll launch in August, and then we'll continue to refine these. And the plan will be that as we refine these 5, over time, more schools can come on board, and there'll even be an option for a school to say, hey, I like your 5 things, but I think I can do one better, right? So when we look at sustainable leadership, if the campus leaders have agency and voice and choice in the process, that's going to make whatever they choose that much more effective. So the short-term plan is to build out embedded opportunities that allow our parents to see that we are committed to providing differential learning experiences. The long-term plan is working alongside Beth and her team as we look at standalone premier programs. So these are some things that we spoke about last board meeting. Those would be either a two-way or an immersion language program. It would be having conversations about scaling the GT Academy down to elementary. It would be launching a laboratory school, and it would be potentially launching an international school. We know that Fort Bend County is one of the most diverse counties in the country. How do we lean into that diversity? How do we give our parents and students options? And the great thing about these elementary premier programs is that they don't stop in 5th grade. So as we crafted an elementary program, let's say we crafted a dual language program. Well, a Mandarin immersion program doesn't stop when the kids get into 5th grade. So what does that look like for 6th grade and for 7th grade and 8th grade? It's the same thing with a national school. Internationalist just doesn't stop when you get to 6th grade, right? So all of these programs would feed up into our middle school's level. And then as we have conversations about middle school, it's about how do we begin to then build a pipeline for the things that we want to do differently in high school, right? So we're going to have lots of conversations about our middle schools now as they exist today are great. How can we make them better? It's about giving our kids options. And how can we embed more STEM? So we're going to spend time this summer working on more STEM PD. We're going to spend time over the next few years thinking about how we can get students more interested in our CTE, how we can get students to take that career exploration course, and how we can push them into more CTE. So when it is time for them to make a high school choice, they know, hey, I'm kind of interested in this, and I kind of want to do this, and I think this program is for me. And that's going to lead us into our high schools, right? So we understand the academy model exists. We understand there are some benefits, right? But that doesn't mean that we can't think differently and ensure that it exists to provide strength to our district. So we want to lean into the academy model, right? So we want to begin to establish Reese as a hub for CTE and a hub for STEM. Right now we have some programs that are offered at the home campus, some programs that are offered as an academy, some programs that might even be offered at Reese. What we really want to do is have each of our high schools offer a suite of comprehensive CTE things. These are not things that we just offer right now, but it's even as forward-thinking as we want them to be able to get an FAA drone pilot's license. So that's different because right now our kids are playing with drones and they're having fun with drones, but they can't take that drone experience and go out into the real world and get a job. So as we work alongside the FAA to get everything stood up, we plan to offer FAA drone pilot license, but not just at one school, not just a part of one academy. That's across all of our comprehensive high schools because we want each of our high schools to offer first-class, cutting-edge education to our students. But then we want our students to be able to choose Reese and go to Reese for things that they can't get at their home school, like cosmetology, like culinary, like cybersecurity. So we want Reese to be that standalone place. We really are going to have long conversations about how do we realign our resources to ensure that they are meeting students' needs, but at the same time allowing us to compete and at the same time ensuring that our students are prepared for high growth, high demand jobs now and in the future. And so the good news is that we are committed to walking alongside Beth. So again, this is about a 3 to 5 year project, right? So we can look at how do we utilize those underutilized elementary schools? What do we do for those underutilized middle schools? Are there programs that we can put there that'll bring our families back into Fort Bend ISD? The short-term answer is yes, but we're excited to work alongside Beth, work alongside the rest of the team to explore options not only for our underutilized campuses, but for all 83 Fort Bend ISD campuses as a whole. So I know I threw a lot at you, but this is really what I want you to think about. So as we think about premier programs, premier opportunities, it's really a three-legged stool, right? So the stool is the education we provide our students. We're going to continue to strengthen our traditional education. And so some of that work's going to begin this summer when we get the results of the audit. The audit's going to tell us, hey, you have opportunities to continue to strengthen your instructional approach for students. You're going to also have opportunities with your premier programs. So those are those standalone programs that we talked about, perhaps an international school, perhaps a dual language school. And then you're going to have opportunities with your premier opportunities to continue to strengthen the education that you offer your students. All this to work alongside the long-range boundary planning options to make Fort Bend ISD the destination district for families and students in Fort Bend County.
Thank you, Dr. Stevens. We'll take questions from the trustees.
I didn't mean to drop that. Sorry.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Dr. Stevens, this is amazing. This is great. I like that we're thinking outside the box. I think we've had this discussion before, doing more with less, and we just had a presentation on the budget. And there's been a lot of conversations about having to make hard choices and close schools and close programs, and we're not doing that here. We put our students first. We're putting our students first. And so whatever the challenges we may have with the budget, we're figuring it out. We're getting putting ourselves in a situation where Fort Bend ISD is poised to be the best school district in the state of Texas by thinking outside the box and doing more with less. So I'm glad to see the progress we're making, focusing on the jobs and the skills of tomorrow. Drone program, I've been having a lot of discussions with my 8th grader about drone and getting his pilot license and things like that. So that's actually really exciting. I doing the leadership TASB master trustee training, and one of the places we went to was El Paso, and El Paso has had to close schools, not because of anything voucher related, but just because the population isn't there. The population is shrinking, and so they've had to close, I think, 6 or 7 schools. But some of the things that they did, and I just wanted to throw that out there, that I thought was pretty interesting. Was they were converting some of their schools that maybe half utilized and incorporating sort of a dual elementary school on one side of it and then a Montessori school on the other side of it. And so that started to draw in and attract more students to come into the school. I think their program is now K through 5th. I actually think it's pre-K through 5th. And so as we're thinking about some of these schools that are underutilized, there's some options that we could do to increase capacity, be more competitive with some of our outside competitors. And I'm driving down West Belfort, and I'm seeing another charter school pop up over there next to some high-performing schools that we have in the area. And so what are we doing to be competitive and seeing things like this and really thinking outside the box amidst some of the challenges we're having? I commend you and I commend the team, and I just encourage you guys to just keep going. So I wanted to throw that out there. I thought that was an interesting idea. I've got lots of ideas. I just came back from College Station and Same situation over there, doing more with less. That's all these public schools are doing right now is how can we utilize the spaces that we have? How can we incorporate programs and reach out to the community, reach out to community partners to get opportunities for our students here. So those are some really good, exciting things. And I'm glad to see that y'all are on top of it. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, thank you for that presentation. So I think I mentioned last week, so Trustee Hannon requested a policy that came to the policy committee, and then in that conversation, you Dr. Stevens, you were very excited to talk about some of the dual language expansion and also this type of stuff. And so I'm glad that excitement got everybody got to see that excitement tonight. And so these are exciting topics. So just a question. So this could be the kind of the 5 channels or expanding the GT program. If a parent's maybe watching online or sitting here and wonders about like creativity or entrepreneurship, anything that you can add as far as incorporating those things. So I think in many ways we've got cool programs that are teaching kids how to do robots and all that kind of stuff. And I think regardless of field, if we can prepare students to shift onto the business owner side of the table, then there's significant opportunity for that.
That's definitely some of the conversations we've had, especially at the high school space, about that futurepreneurship, right? So not just putting students into a barbering or a cosmetology, giving them that license so they can go on and rent someone's chair, but giving them the skills so they can go out and own the salon and own that studio instead of paying rent. So we're really trying to think about that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Ms. Jones.
Dr. Stevens, thank you, President Tyson. I think this is phenomenal. And I like the fact, when I read this over the weekend, I got overly excited and wanted to start planning, but I'm like, what if I go plan? Let them do the planning. Okay. So I just want to commend on your effort, and as my fellow trustee says, thinking out of the box, bringing those field-based learning experiences as well as project-based learning back into our classrooms. And I also appreciate, and I'm just grateful, because when I got here 2 years ago, STEM wasn't in our district. STEM was taken out of our district. So you're bringing it back. And that's essential because STEM is the future. How are we going to offer traditional education without STEM? And so STEM is my background as a teacher. I also like the fact that you are planning to incorporate junior achievement and BizTown. Junior achievement is where I started. I never had an idea or thought about being a teacher until I actually started teaching junior achievement. Living on Sci-Fair, that's what the parents did. It was like, okay, moms, stay-at-home moms, we're going to teach junior achievement, and that's what the school kind of put on us. And so I learned a lot from so many of those phenomenal teachers, and somewhere in this whole thing of teaching JA for 2 years, that I ended up becoming a teacher behind being a junior achievement teacher. So I'm really, really appreciative of it. I remember you said that language immersion programs, I've been exposed to that in another district, Chinese Mandarin, Arabic immersion programs, schooling as well. As a kid growing up in HISD, there was an international school called Briar Grove Elementary. I don't know if it's still an elementary or if it's still international, but they would have a huge festival and multicultural day, and that different schools throughout the district would come and visit. So I hope that there's something similar so that all students can have that experience that I had growing up, going or visiting Briar Grove Elementary.
UH Laboratory School was probably one of the first UH laboratory schools here in the district. Here in the city. And I'm not sure if it's still running, but I've heard some really great things about University of Houston Laboratory Schools. But there is one group of babies in this whole plan that you left out. Our fine arts students. Those are, I hear everything, but we need to do something that foster the creativity and promote our student work in fine arts, visual and performing arts. And let me tell you why. Sometimes our fine arts kids get left behind. And let me tell you why. Or they go unnoticed. Fine arts students have the highest SAT scores. They have the highest grades. They have the highest attendance. And you don't really have many disciplinary problems out of fine arts students. Yet, we don't invest enough in this district for the kids who are really, really carrying the district on so many different levels. And so as you continue with your plan, keep our fine arts babies in mind too, because they don't get the recognition or the acknowledgement for their high achieving and their high performing in our district. And they generally just go unnoticed. And so that's my ask of you. My other ask is, as I was reading this, and so Commissioner Morath was talking about a long time ago his work in New Orleans about how they were planning on closing certain schools, and they did right after Katrina. But what also they did was some of the schools that were low performing or were merged became magnet schools, and it increased academic performance. So as we're talking about long-range boundary planning and rezoning and the possibility of closing schools, let's just not throw kids into, well, they just have to go to this school. But let's offer them something more than leaving their friends, their community, but to give them something to look forward to as well. So thank you for this plan. I appreciate it. And I'm always talking about we are doing great things in Fort Bend ISD. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And just to respond, so I have a bad habit of using a lot of slides, so I had to cut back. But I have had conversations with Jim about what it would look like to continue to scale work for our fine arts students at the elementary, middle, and high school space. So that will be a part of the recommendations that we ultimately make.
Yeah, because they just don't get the recognition, and I'm like, they are our higher performing and our best behaved students. And they really, really need something of their own and a space of their own. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Shove.
Well, thank you, Dr. Stevenson, for your presentation. I love how they're always so short and to the point. So I'm a licensed pilot. Been flying since I was in high school. I got my pilot's license, and I was on track to finish my airline transport certificate up until the people elected me into this seat, and that had to be backburnered. So something that's common, I have my FAR 107, which is the drone operator license, and it took me all about probably 30 minutes to get, but it's a little bit different for if you're already a certificated pilot. But what's common in the aviation world, particularly flight schools that are training specifically for flight students to go directly into the airlines, is they work them through the private pilot rating, instrument rating, commercial rating, flight instructor, multi-engine, multi-instrument instructor. So, through the ratings, and then over the course of about a year, somebody who's never flown an airplane before is now a flight instructor. So FAR 107 for drone operator, you can get your drone operating license, your commercial drone operator license at 16 years old. And there's no age cap for being a drone operator instructor. So has the district explored the options of trying to get students certified, not just as a drone operator, but as a drone operating instructor in order to start training other students in their 107?
We haven't had those deep of conversations yet. I can tell you we are working. We've got the clearance from the FAA to begin offering that program in the coming years. We're also having additional conversations about just aviation and aircraft maintenance in general. So when we bring our final presentation back or final recommendations, once they align with board budget priorities, we'll have that information for you.
Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. So, and where I'm so excited with drone operator, one of the biggest problems that I have with the way we operate with CTE and the Reese Center is it seems like it removed a lot of these programs from the campus, and we are a massive district, and having kids drive clear across district to get a state certified class kind of sucks for the kid. But this is something that I think that we can put in the classroom or in the individual schools. And I mean, just in one semester, they can have their drone operator license. So I'm excited to see where this goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schoaf. Dr. Gilliam.
Thank you. Don't want to be Debbie Downer, but I guess as I was sitting here, I think it's a great idea. I'm 100% in. But I'm going to say Stephanie Williams, Melissa Hubbard, Glenda, Jim Drew, even Dr. Smith. And we've seen this before. And so in Fort Bend, meaning that there were, I believe we were trying to, what did we call it then, Dr. Smith? We had the academies. There was an academy in every school or what have you. I love this, and I would just suggest that we really go back to what happened to those things, because we're a different kind of a community, and sometimes people just don't want to. Our students don't always want to do certain things. Okay. There will be a bunch of them that will want to. Don't get me wrong. I don't want this to be Debbie Downer. I just want us to really focus and find out what was it before that this did not consistently, that we weren't able to keep it. And of course, we have brand new people, and I expect it too, but I'm just kind of throwing it out there. Okay, Beth, so... So we can do this, and I'm looking forward to it because I was one of those teachers that wanted to go and do those things. So anyway, I think it is absolutely phenomenal. I am 100%. Sometimes when I say something negative, then there are a lot of folks that are thinking that I'm not putting it down at all. I think it'll be great. I just want us to make sure that when we plan for this, that we truly look to see what happened in the past so we don't make those mistakes again. Okay, thank you. And not that there will be mistakes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Ms. Jones, do you have something real quick?
Oh, I didn't know I was next. Okay. I'm going to piggyback off of Dr. Gilliam's. I'm going to say this. The goal is to push Fort Bend forward. We can't change what happened in the past. But we can't play Monday morning quarterback either. And so,
one at a time, please.
No, but this happens all the time. Someone talks, and then somebody else has to
Dr. Gilliam.
But I'm going to say what I need to say today, because that needs to be said.
So press your button, and I'll call on you. But Ms. Jones has the floor. Thank you.
Okay. So we are pushing forward. We're pushing our students forward. Of course, we are a diverse district. We're different people. First of all, we're dealing with kids, okay? Kids. Kids do what adults tell them to do. And so, at the end of the day, we are offering programs that will benefit their development academically and socially in some areas, okay? So that they can be able to compete with other students within the country.
And so I get what you're saying about who dropped the ball, but we can't stay there. We have to move forward. We have to push our kids forward. We have to push our district forward because that's the priority. You know, I always say God don't have time for people who looking in the back, who are in the past. He wants people who are looking forward and who are pushing towards the future. And that is the goal for Fort Bend ISD, is to move towards the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Hannon.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Stevens. So I'm going to say thank you first to Dr. Smith, and I'm also going to say thank you to this board, because until this fall, this board that I've been a part of, we had not come together to create goals and priorities. We were helped along by the staff. And what I'm seeing here is a product of our first priority, which states increase successful student outcomes through enhanced learning opportunities. So I know that Dr. Smith is listening. He's looking at the goal that this board set, or the first goal, and this is the product that we see here tonight. Okay, so I'm assuming, you know, we get to look at the CIPs. I've never really looked at the DIPs. We've looked at the department improvement plans. But by listening to this, I can tell that the department is also looking at improvement with goal 1. So I'm going to say to Ms. Jones's point, and I'm glad that you and Jim Drew are looking at fine arts, because I do think our performing arts and our visual arts, it would be a wonderful place to have that in the elementary schools in a different way than we have the normal outclass situation. I think that would be a huge draw to bring many students into this district. I want to talk about the premier opportunities for these little service leadership and the aquatics piece and the renewable energy and those types of things. I think that sounds wonderful. And again, it'd be like Dr. Gilliam, I don't mean, this isn't to disparage it, but I also know the extent to which we ask our teachers to do a lot, right? Our curriculum is already, 5 miles wide and 10 miles deep kind of thing. And so when you mentioned that, I thought about the Texas Performance Standard Project that we say enhances our learning opportunity for our GT kids. And in a way, I hope that we're transitioning from it being an at-home thing and an additional thing than an actual piece of the curriculum. But I do know it takes a lot of effort from our teachers, right? And so I think about those two parallels. And so I just want to make sure that we're being mindful of how much time is in the day, how much teachers can expend the energy on adding one more thing. And I am all about enhanced learning because I really do think it's important. The other thing I'm also going to follow up, and I'm going to ask Dr. Smith this, because at the very end, you get me very excited thinking, finally, we're going to bring, language immersion program or a two-way dual language back. But at the very end, I heard you use the word perhaps. The word perhaps slipped in there with that. And so what I would ask is that even though if this is a 3 to 5 year planning opportunity, I would ask Dr. Smith to bring that opportunity and that vision to us in something that looks like a Gantt chart, looks like a project management chart. Not that we're going to manage your job, but we can see where are these landing, who is owning these projects, because we want it, everybody on this dais wants it to succeed, right? And the more we can see it, the more we can support you and your staff in knowing, so we can see where we are in the project. I just think that would be helpful to the board. So again, thank you very much for this information. I think I'm assuming the international program would be like an international baccalaureate type of program, and we lose kids to the Audi school, right? Because that's what they offer there. So I think I see some wonderful ideas, and I can't wait to see them play out in the district. So thank you very much, Dr. Stevens and Dr. Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. I don't have any questions. I just would echo those sentiments. It's exciting to see some of our our planning and our goals and priorities come to life. And I look forward to seeing what you guys, what recommendations you bring to us, and then all the success stories that are going to come. So my applause and kudos and all those good things. Thank you. Next up is our special education update. Dr. Smith. Dr. Stevens.
It's me again.
Stay where you are.
Yes, ma'am. So again, I'm going to, I come to you every other month, and so I'm back again to kind of give you some updates on what we have as we begin to wind down this school year in terms of how we support our most exceptional students. So we took what we thought was an innovative approach this year. People love surveys, and we love a good survey too, but we think it's really important for us to get feedback from the folks in the trenches. So that's our teachers, that's our aide, that's our diags, to really see, are there blind spots? Do we continue to have areas of opportunity when it comes to not just meeting our students' needs, but also meeting our teachers and staff needs? So we gave a survey out. We got over 1,093 responses. The survey was open from March 24th to April 9th, and the survey was just limited to our special ed staff. So it wasn't cafeteria managers, it wasn't bus drivers, wasn't PE staff. It was just our special ed staff about how are we doing meeting your needs? Are you getting what you need to support our students? We got some really great data. What we learned was that 81% of our respondents indicated positively that, IEP goals are aligned to grade level curriculum and individual student needs, right? Because we heard at the beginning that there was challenges with IEPs, we didn't have IEPs, we didn't have accommodations, so we feel like we've gotten that in a good space. 84% of respondents indicated that positively that teachers provide appropriate accommodations and modifications within the student's IEP. So not only are they getting them, they're appropriate, they're meeting students' needs, they're allowing our students to become successful, right? So overall, pretty positive results. But we also did the survey to identify some areas of opportunity for us. When I transitioned into this role in September, one of the areas of opportunity that was identified quite frequently was Empower. We've had close to 80 meetings with the Empower company, just continuing to work with them to help refine their software, refine their practices. What we found from this survey was that the Empower software continues to be an area of opportunity when it comes to how we support our special education teachers. So you see that about 68% of users responded that they either disagreed or strongly disagreed. And then another 62% responded that they were either they disagreed or strongly disagreed that they were satisfied with the program. So we continue to talk about how we can continue to make that better. We do realize this continues to be a challenge for our teachers, but overall, when we looked at the results of the survey, this was probably the biggest area that we still have that we want to focus on moving forward, because we know that if we can tackle this evaluation software issue, then it's going to make our evaluation issue that much less of an issue. So we are committed to continuing to investigate this moving forward and potentially bring recommendations over the coming months about what we can do to solve this challenge. So, and then one of the other areas of opportunities that we know is that we need to continue to regain our parents' trust. So we convened our special ed task force this year. One of the issues that we heard is that parents are really comfortable in elementary school. When maybe a student has that same teacher for 5 years, parents get a little trepidatious when it's time to go to middle school. And now there's, 6 or 7 periods in an out class, and then that continues in high school. And so what we really saw was this erosion of trust, because I have this one person who I can call for 5 years, and then all of a sudden it's maybe a new principal each year for the grade level. And so there's a lot of things that we can do. So the idea was bantied about, well, what if we just did a night where in the spring, rising sixth graders can go to Dulles Middle School, and they can meet the principal in just an easy setting with their parents. They can meet some of the case managers. They can meet some of the outclass teachers, and talk with the principals, and they were like, it's pretty easy. We wouldn't mind doing that. And so we're excited that working alongside DSL is that every single one of our secondary schools is going to host an opportunity for our parents of our rising 6th and 9th graders to come, casual, hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, meet the principal, meet the teachers, just ask questions so they can begin to feel a little bit more comfortable. Because it's one thing to say, hey, I'm going to show up to open house and there's another 1,000 kids and 1,000 parents there and try to figure out where I'm going to go. But it's another thing to say, hey, I'm going to show up and I'm going to be one of maybe 50 or 60 or 70 kids that are going to show up and have an opportunity to walk my schedule. So we're really excited about this. One of the other things that we learned is, so I got to spend some time attending our CPAC meetings. So that's our Special Ed Parent Advisory Council meetings. We learned quite quickly that those meetings had devolved into just an area where parents would come and share concerns and air grievances, but they didn't really feel like they had any traction to solve those. What we also found out was that the CPAC was managed internally solely by the special education department. So there was no real oversight from the admin building, but there was no support for us to leverage what we already have, and that's the great the volunteer application that the Collaborative Communities Group puts out. So we put this application out. They can vet us. They can ensure representation from every campus. And so we've actually been working to bring that application in-house. So when the not the collaborative communities, but when the volunteer application goes live in a couple weeks, the Special Education Parent Advisory Council is going to be on that. So we're going to have district support for that group so they can feel like, hey, I do have a grievance. I do have a concern. Someone can actually listen to me and help me move that forward. So we're really excited about that. The last piece of feedback that we got was that while we do provide parents with some great web resources and access to just certain things, they could probably be better. So we are continuing to work with our communications department about refining our website and our other resources that we do provide for parents. Another great thing that we heard is that we continue to need to provide campus support. We're really excited that every single one of our campus teachers this summer is going to get 3.5 hours of training on supporting special education students. And so we are committed to ensuring that we give everyone a really unique set of skills to operate and support our students. So that's going to take place this summer. We're also working with individual campuses to ensure that we align the programs they offer to the students' needs that they do have. So we continue to align programmatic offerings and programmatic support, and just to ensure that the campuses, if they have students that have a need, they have that program. So those students aren't having to ride the bus across town or having to ride the bus for 3 and 4 hours, that they get the programs that they need close to their home. So we're trying to really listen to our campus leaders, and when they tell us they need a program, be responsive to that. Lastly, we continue to work to refine our evaluations. We came to you in December and kind of talked about the success that we had in completing those. The team continues to work diligently day, night, evening, and weekend so they can get the overdue evaluations done, stay on top of this year's evaluation so we can begin next year with 0 overdue evaluations, because that is the goal. So this just highlights some of the work that the team's done. And then again, we just kind of continue to project out. This is some of the work that the team's going to continue to need to do between now and July 30th. And so the SPED team never stops. The work never stops. They work tirelessly. It is a testament to them. They continue to do a great job in getting our kids evaluated, getting our kids reevaluated. And so that's a testament to their hard work. And so one of the things that we noticed was that the old adage is you need to work smarter, not harder, right? And so what we found out was that a lot of our evaluation staff is still doing everything by hand via paper and pencil. And so we recognized that if we were able to shift some of our evaluations to all digital, that would dramatically reduce the amount of time it took for them to complete evaluations. And so I'm pleased that we were able to work alongside IT. We've got iPads purchased for everyone. We've got 2 iPads, one for the evaluator, one for the student. So starting now, when it is developmentally appropriate, students will be using an iPad to complete the testing. And so that will dramatically reduce the amount of time that our evaluation staff is having to do with transcribing things and rewriting things. It's going to make it so much easier. And that does a couple things. One, we do know that a lot of the evaluation paper is not going to be produced anymore. And so as those things get sunset, it wouldn't force us to make a decision. We were able to kind of plan, get ahead of the curve, get the iPads ordered, and then begin to work on a training plan this summer for those staff that do need that additional support. We really feel like this is going to let us be that much more efficient when it comes. And then we continue to work on additional ways to not only find and recruit staff. So the SPED staff was super active at the job fair a couple weeks ago, because we do want to continue to bring in eval staff. We continue to rely on third-party outside companies when necessary. And so we're not resting on that. We continue to look for other ways and other opportunities to become more innovative when it comes to our eval staff. Finally, one of the things that we heard last year was that we need to do a better job of transporting our neediest students. So I'm excited to say that we've been meeting monthly with the transportation department and the special education department. Next week, actually in the end of this week, we're going to start routing our kids for summer school. So we'll already be ahead of the game on that. We have a deadline within which we're going to start routing kids for the next school year, because we want to begin the school year in a much better place than we began last school year. So as we made programmatic recommendations for the coming school year, the first lens that which we viewed those recommendations was sitting down with the transportation department. So if we move this sales program from this school to that school, what would that mean for transportation? Or if we moved it from here to here, what would that mean for transportation? So all of our decisions that we've made have been made through the lens of how will this impact our students? Will our students go from spending 5 minutes on a bus to 55 minutes? And if so, that's not good for us because that doesn't meet our students' needs. So we continue to be partners with the transportation shop, and we're really excited about starting the school year off on a better foot than we began this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stevens. We'll take questions from the trustees. Mr. Hamilton.
So just a couple comments. So I first wanted to mention, so the survey data, I appreciate, I've made this comment a few times here lately, but the culture shift, not too long ago I brought up the parent and teacher survey for the end of the 2022-23 school year. So when I campaigned, I did not intend to talk about discipline, but everywhere I went throughout the district, the number one thing that I was hearing about from teachers and from parents was discipline and bullying. Number one and number two are they're overlapped, I guess. And so I came onto the board and willing to acknowledge the possibility that maybe I just happened to hear from parents and teachers who that was their biggest issue, but I didn't hear. I obviously didn't talk to every teacher, didn't talk to every parent. So maybe the parents and teachers who cared a lot about discipline were the ones who found me. And so we approved the first student code of conduct that year, and the majority of the board said we're going to pass it, even though most of us had concerns about how discipline was happening. And then, so this is maybe 9 months after that, at the end of the school year, almost half of our parents and almost half of our teachers said in the surveys that discipline and bullying were major issues in the district. And in my opinion, the sense was that the survey data didn't show what we wanted it to show as an organization, and therefore we just kind of acted like it didn't show what we didn't want it to show. And so I appreciate that you're putting, that's not good survey data on the software program. But I appreciate that there's just a change in tone of genuinely seeking out feedback and genuinely responding to that feedback, even if the news is not necessarily what we want to hear. So I wasn't really clear on what was the name of the software? It's
Empower.
Empower, yeah. So are we still at a point of trying to make that work, or are we moving towards finding a different solution?
We are still evaluating our options.
Okay.
The challenge would be if we were to change today.
Right.
We'd have to train everyone up. We'd have to do everything. But the reality is we've still only been with this solution for 6 months.
Right.
And so we really want to make sure we've done our due diligence about to Dr. Gilliam's point, what are the unintended consequences? What are those things that we haven't thought about? What's the historical context? So we went out for an RFP, had one respondent. So there's a lot. We are still evaluating.
Yeah. But over 60% on both of those not so good news metrics is a big red flag with that software program, obviously. Not that I'm teaching you anything new there. And then secondly, I'm very happy that there's been a major shift on the SE pack, the CPAC. I think we say CPAC for CPAC, so that's confusing. The SE pack. So just given where we've come from with the special education department, so we're obviously moving away from the sense that it's okay to kind of go through this cycle where we get in hot water with noncompliance every year, and then we do enough to get ourselves out of hot water, and it's okay if we go right back into hot water. That's kind of the sense that has been communicated, unfortunately, in the past, and so I'm happy that Dr. Smith and the new leadership team are moving us away from that mindset. And so we've gotten ourselves out of hot water. That's a major success for the new leadership team. We started the school year with over 2,000 delinquent evaluations and reevaluations, and we've caught up all of those that were delinquent at the beginning of the school year. And so we're moving in the right direction. So that's kind of, not to diminish it too much, but that's kind of tying your shoes when it comes to special education in some ways. And so I know a lot of special ed families don't feel like we're serving their needs or the needs of their students the way we should. And so I think if if the mindset was SEPAC is great, let's keep doing it the way we're doing it, then I think that would be the wrong mindset. So I'm glad that there's a shift in how we're approaching that committee. And again, just same with the surveys. We don't just want to do surveys or do the committees to check the box and then try to claim that we solicited feedback and we got the feedback. We want to genuinely engage our staff and our parents, and then strive towards constant improvement. So another culture shift there is we talked a little bit about the charter schools that are here in our district now. So I am happy with a culture shift that's not so much what's going on that's outside of our control with what others who we can't control are doing to serve families who are looking for alternatives, and more of a competitive mindset as an organization. If we serve our parents and our students the way we should, then fewer of them will be looking for charter schools or vouchers. And so regardless of what happens outside of our control, as the more we strive to be the best district we can be and serve our families, serve our teachers, serve our students, then alternatives will become less of a challenge for us or less of a problem for us. So thank you. It's exciting to see where we're going with special education.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Ms. Jones.
Thank you, Dr. Stevens, for the SPED update. I just only have maybe 2 questions. You mentioned the Empower software. And so what are some of the challenges for staff in using the Empower software?
It is not the most user-friendly software. So in the past where I liken it to, you ever maybe shop online and your website saves your credit card information?
I don't like that.
It makes it easy. Like next time you go to the website, it's already there. You put your name and it populates, right?
It populates, yeah.
That would be an example of a challenge, is that if I'm working on a student's paperwork, it doesn't auto-populate, so I have to keep putting this same thing in over, and there's just a lot of clicks. That would be the easiest example I could give.
Okay, so it takes away a lot of teacher time doing
Yes,
the
ma'am.
redundancy
Yes, ma'am.
of the software program. And up until this point, how much training does teachers have on the software?
I can give you that. I don't have it off the top of my head, but they've been provided a training. I would say it's less of a training issue and more of a software issue, if I was being honest, but I'll get you that data.
Do we have a contract with Empower?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how long is that contract?
5 years.
5 years?
3 years with 2 years of renewal.
So we're in 3 years. Okay. All right. Is there?
Ms. Jones, if I can add, although we have a contract with them, our contract, in addition to the provision that says that if we don't have funding to continue, we can discontinue it. It also has a clause in there for performance. And so if the software is not performing, there is a remediation process that we go through with the vendors to notify them of the discrepancies. If they're not able to meet them, that allows us to exit the contract and search for a new bidder or new contract as well.
Okay, and is there an early termination fee for that contract if we get to that point?
No, ma'am, that would not be part of that. That would be a failure to meet the performance standards within the contract, and so there's no penalty for that.
Okay. And so are there any alternatives to Empower that you may consider in exploring?
I think we're always evaluating our options, but if the time does come, I think we would look seriously probably at some industry leaders.
Okay. So my ask is to start looking. Time is of the essence. And the more time that teachers are taking to do paperwork and redundancy, the less time they have with kids.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's just my ask. And thank you for your presentation. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Shove.
Hey, thanks, Dr. Stevens, for the presentation and being 10 minutes on the dot. That was awesome. Short, sweet, and to the point. I love it. I'm going to be short, sweet, and to the point. What's the annual cost of all this?
I'll send that in this week's board update. I don't have it off the top of my head. I apologize.
Works for me. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Shove. So I just have 2 things. First, thank you for looking at the CPAC and ways to improve that. When it first started several years ago, the point was that it was supposed to be parent-driven and staff-supported. And so I just want to make sure that we are continuing to let the parents drive that process. So that's just a comment. The other thing I would say is when we're looking at campus support, and you talked about the 3.5 hours that all teachers will receive on supporting exceptional learners. The other thing I would ask that we focus on for all teachers is implementing behavior intervention plans, because a lot of times what happens is, really, I would venture to say most of the time, where we have issues in the classroom, it's relative to either behavior or not knowing how to intervene, or not knowing how to implement a behavior intervention plan, or not even understanding that there is a behavior intervention plan. And so I think that it would benefit all teachers to understand the process, understand how to receive support in the classroom when needed, and those types of things, I think would greatly benefit all of our teachers. So as you guys are looking at PD, that's my ask. I also have a lot of concern around Empower. I'm hearing a lot from staff. So the survey results kind of bear out, I think, what we're hearing in the disability community in Fort Bend, that, the software is just extremely challenging and is causing more problems than it's helping. So thank you for looking into that. All right, thank you. Next up is our intruder detection report. Dr. Smith.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Dennis Rivas will be coming up and providing the board a brief report on our intruder update.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Smith. In front of you should have an updated agenda item for this topic here. Since our last meeting on March 24th, there's been 11 campuses visited by the auditors, and there were 3 findings, and 8 of the campuses had no findings whatsoever. Pending any questions, that'll conclude this report.
Thank you, Mr. Rivas. Mr. Garcia?
Can you say if these were exterior doors at the schools, or were they?
That's closed session.
Is that closed session?
That's closed session.
I'd like to get that information, specific information on that.
For security purposes, it would be a closed session item. What I can say openly, I can't specifically talk about campuses, et cetera, what it was. I can say that there was a malfunctioning door on one that was repaired instantly. There was another door issue, and then there was some door sweep log issues, but all have been resolved since. In fact, they were all resolved the same day, and that's what I can say openly.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Thank you, Mr. Rivas. All right, next up is our consent agenda. Do the trustees have any items they would like to remove? Ms. Heyman.
Yes, I would like to remove consent agenda item 11B.
Do you want to remove all the policies?
No, I do not. I only want to remove FA.
Okay. FA local out of item 11B. Any others? All right. May I have a motion?
Madam President, I move the Board of Trustees approve consent agenda, except item 11B for FA local as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Garcia and a second by Ms. Jones. Do we have discussion? Hearing none, please vote. Ms. Hannon.
On the consent agenda.
And you were not on my board, so okay, I'm going to clear the queue. Do we have discussion on the consent agenda? Hearing none, please vote. That's okay. Motion passes unanimously. May I have a motion for FA local?
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion that we limit our discussion of this agenda item to 2 minutes without yielding our time to another trustee.
Okay, let me get a motion on the underlying item, and then I'll entertain that motion.
I move the Board of Trustees approve 11B FA local as presented.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Garcia and a second by Ms. Jones. Now I'll entertain your motion. Ms. Jones, you want to restate it?
Yes, President Tassin, I move that we limit the discussion of this agenda item to 2 minutes, and that trustees are not allowed to yield their time to another trustee.
I'd like to amend the motion.
Well, I don't have a second yet.
Oh,
so I
okay.
got to get a second first. Do I have a second?
No, I did not on that.
I'll second.
All right. We have a motion by Ms. Jones and a second by Mr. Garcia. Now I'll entertain your motion to amend.
I'd like to amend the motion to afford board members 3 minutes, and board members may yield their time to other board members.
I second the amended motion.
All right. We have a motion by Ms. Hannon and a second by Dr. Gilliam to amend the prior motion to 3 minutes per trustee, and that time may be yielded. Do we have discussion on this motion to amend?
Madam President, I have discussion.
Okay, Ms. Jones.
I think we have expressed our views on this particular agenda item, and I think we've said what we needed to say in the agenda review meeting. And for the interest of time, the limitation of 2 minutes is sufficient, and yielding our time as our own and not someone else's is also adequate and appropriate. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Hannon.
So I did not have the opportunity to say all that I needed to say, because when this item came to us with the agenda review, the community had no idea that it was coming until the Friday prior. So that meeting serves a different purpose than this meeting. At that time, I did not get to hear all the text messages, phone calls, emails, nor had I heard the 32 people who signed up this evening. So out of respect for board members, and when we have politically driven items, I think it is disrespectful to continue to restrict conversation from board members to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon.
Your mic wasn't on.
My mic was not on. Do I need to reiterate what I just said?
I think we heard it. We heard it. Okay, so now we are going to vote on the amended motion, which is to change the prior motion to 3 minutes per trustee, and you may yield your time. Please vote on that item only. Motion passes 4-3. Okay, so then we're going to now vote on the prior motion, which is whether or not to limit time at all.
President Tessin, if that motion passed, then that amended the prior motion.
Oh, correct.
Well, it amended it, but now we have to vote on it. Right. So now we're going to vote on limiting time to 3 minutes, and you may yield your time. Do we have discussion on that? Hearing none, please vote. Motion passes. Okay, now we're going to go to the original motion, which is on FA local. Do we have discussion? If we don't, do we? Okay,
Wait,
Ms.
if we
Hannon.
don't, let's just vote.
Ms. Hannon.
Are you timing?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Good call. Might need to do that.
Promoting bias and intolerance has no place in Fort Bend ISD and does not reflect our own definition of compassionate citizen. Depression, anxiety, and behavioral disorders are leading causes of illness and disability among adolescents, and suicide is a leading cause of death among high school students. The subjectivity of the wording and policy FA local, such as district staff shall not teach, instruct, train, promote, or share information about gender fluidity, creates confusion surrounding curriculum and library materials and resources, as well as how staff can provide mental supports to students. Fall of 2023, a policy committee member brought forward the transgender topic for discussion. Administration recommended it remain as procedures, and we all supported this. I reluctantly agreed with the other two members at the time to add notifying parents regarding name changes for all students, pronouns, and restroom accommodations because I believe the procedures took a far more compassionate tone than the policy Katy ISD passed earlier that same fall. Anticipating the board would pass such a policy, I hope procedures would allow principals a more sensitive approach to addressing these issues. Unfortunately, here we are now with a policy that feels even more restrictive than Katy's. Our transgender procedures include direction to provide a supportive climate, a safe learning environment, and to demonstrate care and compassion for every single child. This policy does not. Procedures articulate that gender-based harassment includes stereotyping students who do not conform to the standard notions of femininity and masculinity. This policy does not. I will recognize current policy committees members, my colleagues here on the dais on the policy committee, for adding language to the policy to allow accommodation requests for single-use restrooms and changing facilities as the original draft did not. I believe this policy is not intended to be a gender fluidity policy. Rather, it is about parental rights across many aspects of the public education as spelled out in FA Legal. What we're looking at tonight is FA Local. For these reasons, I reject this policy. I have several questions I would ask staff to answer. One being to clarify, this policy is not recommended by staff. This policy does not affect AP Psych. This name change issue is for all kids, not just transgender kids. I would ask that someone answer if the procedures that accompany this policy can be included as an exhibit on the tab right where the policy is found. And has it been verified by staff that in the past, staff members have promoted gender fluidity as was mentioned last week?
Time.
Thank you, Ms. Hannon. Dr. Gilliam.
Good evening. This evening, I'm going to put my principal hat on of 35 years as an educator. Who are we? We are educators. I speak right now as an educator. I know what we do every day when we walk into a building. We educate children. I'm going to speak for the 83 principal leaders, they didn't ask me to, that we have right here in Fort Bend ISD. Principals will still be sympathetic to each student with any issues or concerns, whether it be bullying, social media, gender issues, or just people who try to fit into society. Administration here in Fort Bend ISD has regulations and, again, compassion for our students from kindergarten to graduation. If this passes, educators will be here to work with our students and have understanding, because that's what we do in Fort Bend ISD. We as a district will be available, and we will get through yet another initiative from the Board of Trustees. Again, I trust our principals and teachers and our staff to continue to take care of our students. I do ask that the board allow our leaders of Fort Bend ISD to control how this happens by allowing our educational leaders to provide safe avenues for all of our students. We have so many other issues, but unfortunately we have this one too. Transgender students are not pawns for political games, nor should they be subjected to bullying masquerading as policy. Implementation is key. I do pray when I'm on this dais and we have the time for prayer, I'm praying right there. I do pray that my fellow board members will also let the employees do the job that we all expect them to do, and that's teach our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gilliam. Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam President. So this issue comes into play when we have at least one trans student who wants to use the other bathroom. And so I believe this issue is being oversimplified by people who want to make it only about the feelings and the rights and the desires of the trans kid in that situation. We also have to consider the rights of anyone who does not agree. And so everyone who has made their voice and their opinion known has a right to their opinion on this, including a girl or a boy who does not want a person of the opposite biological sex in private sex-specific spaces with them. And we also have to respect the rights of parents who don't want someone of the opposite sex in the private and sex-specific spaces with their child. And so it's not as simple as just include the rights of the trans kid. You also have to include and respect the rights of all students and of all parents. And so, yes, that includes parents who disagree, and there is no way to accommodate both of those desires, both of those wishes, both of those feelings, sets of feelings. And so there is a pathway for us to accommodate for the needs of students who identify as something other than their biological sex. That's the way the issue's been handled all along, and that's the way that it's being handled. That's at least that's the way we've been told it's been handled all along. And so there are single-use or single-stall bathrooms available in our campuses, and those bathrooms are available for any student who wishes to use them for these reasons. We've seen numerous examples with athletes competing according to something other than biological sex, and it's becoming an increasing issue, including in one of our neighbor school districts. And so there's talk about protecting the rights of trans kids. We also have to protect the rights of female athletes, and they should have a right to not compete against biological males in female athletics. And then lastly, as President Tassan said last week very well and very clearly and very forcefully,
30 seconds.
We're not in the business of concealing information from parents. And so we should not be in the business of doing things with students that go against the desires of the parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Mr. Schoaf.
So this meeting brings me back to my elementary school days. Growing up in the East Bay of San Francisco, in elementary school, there were a lot of transgender students, and we were all kids, friends with everybody, just couldn't comprehend what was going on. I've known many people within these communities and considered many of them my friends, and I stand firm. I will always vote to pass policy that strives to save and preserve the lives of students. According to the American Journal of Psychiatry and the California Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development, suicide rates among transgender people substantially increase after transitioning. We now have years of data on this, and we should consider maybe this problem isn't being handled or addressed correctly. Okay, based on this extensive psychiatric research and the research of the state of California, if you're truly advocating for the health, safety, and preservation of life among those diagnosed with gender dysphoria and other mental health issues, you would be advocating against transitioning students and be advocating for communicating their gender identity and other mental health conditions to their parents. Gender identity issues and mental health issues that could lead to the child's death need to be communicated to the child's parent. This isn't bullying, this is common sense. It is the right of the parents to know every aspect of what their child is experiencing within our care on our campuses. Not only am I going to vote for this policy, I'm going to continue to advocate for the district to stop taking federal VOCA grant funds where unlicensed counselors have given gender-affirming therapy to students against parents' wishes, and for the district to employ our own licensed professional counselors who we can monitor and ensure they abide by this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you, President Tyson. So as I was listening to the public comments, and I wrote some things, and first thing came to my mind is we know who's running the House. And so I'm just going to say what I need to say here. According to the United Nations Convention of the Rights of the Child, a child is regarded as a person below the age of 18. And this was intentional to provide protection and rights of parents who are responsible for their health, shelter, education, nutrition, and securing a safe environment and a secure childhood. FA Local reaffirms parental and children's rights by providing assurances that the district will uphold a parent's right, according to this convention, to know what is going on with their child within our schools. FA Local parents are notified if their child is assuming a different gender identity once he or she leaves their house and comes to school. This is their parents' right to know. FA Local prohibits boys and girls' bathrooms and vice versa. How is it that churches, mosques, temples, and synagogues would not allow this, but you're asking for school districts to allow boys to go into girls' bathrooms and girls to go into boys' bathrooms? Ask your pastor, is this acceptable? Ask your imam. Ask your rabbi, is this acceptable at their place of worship? But it's okay for schools. And so it prohibits boys from participating in girls' sports. What is disturbing is that women fought hard for women's right to suffrage, but now they're so willing to hand them over, those same rights over, for men or boys to play in their sports. What happened to women empowerment here? And so this is not an attack or minimization on the LGBTQ plus community. We love all our kids in our district, regardless of who they are. But at the end of the day, they're not our children. And it is up to the parent to decide what is best for their child in their households, and not for others to decide
30 seconds.
Within the district. And as I always say, this is no one's business but that parent. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. So as a parent, I have kids, I would want to know. I would want to know what my kid is going through and how I could be how I can support them. What are they going through? I appreciate Trustee Hannon last week when she talked about accommodating our transgender students by including the single-use restrooms. I appreciate Dr. Gilliam's comments about providing safe havens, and it may come as a surprise to many that this particular policy was in procedures, as Trustee Hannon alluded to back in 2023. The only problem is it wasn't being enforced. And so teachers are asking questions, what do we do? How do we do it? What are we supposed to do? And so that's why this is being put into policy. And so it's not political. I don't see it as political. I see it as something that needs to happen because people have questions. I want to be mindful of what all of our students are going through. We aren't saying kids can't be who they are. We're just saying we want to make sure parents are okay with the teachers using their preferred names or pronouns. We let kids express themselves in Fort Bend ISD. We celebrate diversity. We celebrate their freedom of expression. Let them dress how they want as long as it's within the code of conduct. Schools have LGBT student organizations and support groups. We don't prohibit those things. But we're sitting here having more and more discussion about transparency, but the one thing we can't do is keep secrets from parents. So in that sense, we want more transparency, but we want to keep secrets from parents. As a parent, I love my kids. I love your kids. I love all of our students. And so I would want to know how I can support them, regardless of what they're going through. Just like the parents that spoke tonight do want to support their children, I want to be there to support them as well. I appreciate Trustee Hannon saying that we have procedures in place on providing that support. That's what we talked about last week, and that's what I trust Dr. Smith to do, to make sure that we provide the support, to Dr. Gilliam's point, to provide the safe avenues for our students who are in this particular, that this policy applies to. So we need to do what we can to support our children and our parents. But at the end of the day, the parents need to parent.
30 seconds.
It's not the district's job to keep the secret from the parents. And if we keep this secret from the parents, who's to say what secrets are we going to be keeping from parents next? And to me, that's not transparency. So, and that's all. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. We sit here as the governing body in the unenviable position of having to make these types of decisions. But at the end of the day, it's our job to balance the rights of all students and ultimately to defer to parents. Somebody up here said, let's let teachers do their jobs. I agree. It's not the job of the school system or teachers to parent children. It's the job of parents to parent children. I may disagree with the way a lot of parents parent or how they treat their children, and I do. But it's not my job to intervene in that. Please read the policy. It is very specific for when these things have to happen. It is not discrimination or bullying to require parental involvement and consent. We do this in a lot of areas, and at the end of the day, we leave the decisions in the hands of the people ultimately responsible for their children. We have laws now being passed that hold parents responsible for the actions of their children. 2 parents went to jail because their child shot up a school. Because of this and many other reasons, we cannot decide for parents what they do and do not get to know about their own child, who they are responsible for. Someone said parents need to talk to their kids, and I absolutely agree with that. I was raised in a home where we as kids had no right to privacy. That's the way I was raised. And my mother was not going to get caught not knowing something, not knowing what was going on with me. And I know many of y'all would disagree with that, just as I would disagree with maybe how you choose to raise your children in your home. But that's why we each get to make these decisions about our children. And that's what this policy does. It doesn't affect the student and what the student can or cannot say as long as the parent consents to it. And under our system of laws, the parent is in charge of the student until the child becomes of age. And so we cannot step in and impose our own judgment, the government's judgment, for the parent's judgment. Please vote.
Point of information, Ms. Tassan. Will you allow staff to answer my questions that I posed?
No, because you could have sent those in. Motion passes 5-2. We will now convene in closed session under the Texas Open Meeting Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, under the sections listed in the agenda, and for the purpose of a private consultation with the board's attorney on any or all subjects or matters authorized by law. The time is 10:21 p.m., and we are now convened in closed session.